Also, like in my head, I think that could be. So I'm thinking of it as an update, right? Um, like I don't know if that's what you would, because I was sort of like hold off on adding too many stuff and like so I don't know if that's I don't say minimize it, like, but like hold off each update if there's something in particular that's quite big, prioritize that and like get all the other systems, just make them super stable, and then if you have like an idea to add something that is an update in itself, so that we can then have like more content updates and people feel like, oh, another version is coming out, even though it's like, oh, we just added like, so like I was gonna say, like with collectibles, right? That could be a whole update. That we could do.
They're already in.
No, but like, yeah, so but part of me is like, okay, we could pull it out, right? And then improve the system of like the collectibles, how you store them, how you track them, and have a whole thing with it, right? And then release that as an update rather than just throw in like there's 43 collectibles, just collect them. If that makes sense.
You got to take out the dado. I was asked to put in a gameplay element.
Yeah, but I no, like I don't. There's not a problem with it, and I guess with this it's fine for now. But I'm thinking like with features like this going forward, they really could be updates on their own, and it's quite a cool thing to then push on social media to then be like, because I'm now thinking like going forward, right? Like 010, we have loads of new content, like time trials, all this stuff, right? So then 011 could even just be we've added collectibles, and that could be like then we can do a whole post and video and stuff like that about collectible systems and how we want to go about it. But it's like it would also need to be like quite well designed, and like you'd have to put a lot of thought into it in terms of how we want to do it going forward as well.
A collectible system is not that complicated. Just sorry,
no,
specific example, but
no, definitely not. But to this, we're saying like to people though, they don't know about the hidden complexities, right? So they think like just jumping is easy and collectibles is hard because people don't know how to make games, right? But they don't realize that adding collectibles is easy and getting the character to jump perfectly is hard. So it looks like content wise you're doing more, but when you just throw it in, it's like, oh shit, yo, they added collectibles, but it's overshadowed by like the 50 other things we added. But we could get a whole update that can do quite well on social media from just adding collectibles individually, if that makes sense. So it's almost like, because we were saying like, let's not play all our cards, right? If we know something is good, let's hold it back from like backers as well, and be like, okay, collectibles, we know it's good, it's going to be fun, it's a gameplay element. Let's release it a week after 010 to be like, oh, we've added another content thing, right? To then that is a bit more fully fleshed out.
The only problem is you've just, like going forward 100%. That's a good idea, and like content wise and PR wise, it's actually a really good idea. Specifically for the collectibles, they've been on stream for like a week, 2 weeks now. No, maybe like a week, and you've just said on stream that like, yeah, we'll take them out.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't.
There are only 10 people watching this stream anyway.
Yeah, do you mean? It's for the thousands on Instagram and all. And like, to be honest, the backers, they know the marketing strategy. Let's be honest, they'll watch us make it, right? So they know. Like, I thought I saw something play, and you know, for the 10 people that know, fair enough to them. You know, like whatever. They all understand also why we're doing it. So yeah, hopefully, because I think with collectibles, like maybe let's add some UI stuff with them, right? So you can see which ones you picked up and stuff like that.
Which ones you picked up?
So like collectibles in terms of like collect the 43 S's, it's like, okay, where were the S's that I picked up and stuff like that? Which one did I pick? Stuff like that. Like
assign. Give them that.
But like
put that in a collectible system.
But I mean, like just a more like fleshed out system, like a more of a bigger, like on a slightly bigger scale, right? Just a bit more of a, because then it can like be more of an update in itself. It's like, oh, you can like, and then we can also do like first person to find and get all 43, win something or something, do a competition with it.
Right. You know? So that is the thing that does actually give you validation for pulling the collectibles. Is that currently there's no reward for it. That's what I mean. There's nothing at the end of the line. It's just
yeah. So like if we also like, and it could be an in-game thing we add, like you've collected all 43, like screenshot this and send it to the thing to be a chance of winning, blah blah blah. So you know what I mean, and then we put in everyone in a hat who's collected all the collectibles, and they have a chance of winning, getting the next version a week early or something like that, right? Like, and like that can be both a marketing and something cool for the backers to reward those that actually play the game more, right?
Pardon me.
So it's not, I don't, because I'm not trying us to be like stop doing stuff.
No,
almost like
stagger when it
let's
comes
add
out.
them more methodically. Yeah. And instead, like the ones we have now that we're releasing, let's like fine tune that to the point where it's like this is perfect, like this is really good. And then because I think what will be really important is in between, while me and Dada work on like some gameplay stuff, your additions of content will be really, really key to keep the game ticking over in between the time in which we need to work on gameplay stuff. So like, I'm anticipating Descents could take like a couple weeks, or just could take a week, could take two. We thought Jumps would take a week, and it's taken 7 months, right? So it's like you don't know. But in the meantime, your content updates and your map and UI and then level and artistic changes can really help us tide over the updates to like.
Yeah, I think between 0.1 and either 0.11 or 0.12, depending on how we stagger the updates, but between like 0.1 and the next major drop, there's probably going to be a fuck ton of content from me, because once 0.1's out, my job becomes making an actual like textured environment that looks real, which is going to be, I'm not going to sleep for like 3 months, and we're going to have so much content.
That's what I mean. So, and that's like social content, that's YouTube content. Like, and like obviously we'll up the production quality and all of that. You know, like we'll probably edit videos, get like a video style. We'll try and establish how do we film our video? Like, you know, how our video is done. Is it a back and forth between work on screen and like you actually talking about what you're doing? And like, let's actually, if any money we make from 0 to 10, let's actually put a bit aside and get a camera that we can, you know, move between us. But depending, like, okay, your next video, Guns is gonna do it, so give Guns the camera. Next one, Dado's gonna do it, so Dado has the camera and he records himself. Or we even say, let's have a filming day, and we all come, me and Dado's or something, and we record a video of whatever, and we actually do it on a nice camera, edit it properly, and like just, you know, just up the actual.
Yeah,
because like now I'm in my head now, I'm thinking we're not getting Sony. Like not it's like that we're not getting them because we're making this version for them, but I'm almost like, let's fucking do it ourselves at this point, right? Let's go with the mindset of like we're doing it ourselves, and like how can we do it best, sort of vibe.
Fair enough. Sounds like the job for a social intern.
Because see, I quite enjoy the social vibe of it. Like, I actually quite enjoy because when Jasmina was doing it, I was trying to learn a lot from her, and she's like she's a wizard with that shit.
It's a lot of work with social media management.
No, it really is. Like it is a lot, but at this point, we're not doing too much content where it's like we need like 10 different branches, and all the content stems from ourselves. So we can, as long as we can establish and really like. Yeah, like, because I actually quite enjoy it, and we're getting a bit more of a grasp on the sort of marketing style and strategies and all that stuff. So, especially from speaking with her and spending time with her and like planning and working on the stuff, she's like taught me quite a bit. So, with that going forward, it sounds so, because I can hear myself and I sound as such so annoying to be like, guys, like, yeah, I feel like I sound like that person, like, guys, like HR, like, guys, stop it, like, you guys need to sign all this stuff. I don't know, but like, yeah. From like a social perspective, if we can just like, I say prioritize, but really think heavily about that when delving forward.
No, it would be good to be a bit more organized, more of a plan on it, rather than just freestyling it. It would definitely be a lot more consistent, a lot more effective.
So like, one thing I wanted to establish as well is like a feature complete list of everything for 0 to 10, right? Like exactly what we know what's going to be in it. And then anything else, and then we say, okay, that's that. Like, we're not gonna add more. We're not gonna change more. Like, we know what we're gonna have, and that's 0 to 10 encapsulated. And then 0 11, then we say, okay, what do we want for 0 11? I know, as we make stuff, it could be like, oh, actually this thing fits in really well, and that's fine, right? But then we'll reach a point where we say we got to be like, okay, we are feature done, no more new features. Anything new goes in the next version. And like,
yeah. No, so wait, what's happening with point 1 going forward given this conversation? What do you mean no more? Point 1's being cancelled. We're going back a version. We're going to 0.095.
we're actually going back to 0.
Fuck it, scrap the whole thing.
Scrap the whole thing. We'll start again.
We'll build it in Java. Unreal's not working. So on tonight, like tonight's work, because I'm going to be trying to work out UI for the session marker. And honestly, like I'm completely blank mind at the moment. That's why I'm on ArtStation trying to find ideas. So the reason I done how the session markers the actually placing them going to work is that you bring up the radial and you press the button, or is it like you bring up the radial and you'd move the thumbstick towards it to pick? Because if it's the thumbstick towards it to pick, we could make more stylized, like bespoke icons, and they don't have to like that. But if it's you bring up the radial and press a button, that's why I went for the controller, because I don't know what the buttons are going to be. So I wanted it to be procedural.
So I think with that session marker, we also have to find like the map thing is cool, right? Because the idea that I like, but it's laid down because that is when your maps are certain, because it does allow you to set multiple different markers, right?
Say it.
But there is something like, for now, we need a way that is just like then and there, set this and have one, just one for now, right? Because we also want to encourage you having to move around and not just like go to 10 different spots, set your markers everywhere, and then you just teleport.
When I said you could have a couple, I meant like 2, maybe 3.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You could 100%,
yeah.
You could even put like a distance between them limit, so you could like put 2 or 3 markers on the same spot for different runs. But if you was to go to a completely different location on the map, you can't have like one on each end of the map. You can't just like work forward. It would just be like, for a little bit of convenience, resetting lines in that very localized area.
No, 100%. Yeah, yeah. I think for now, if we keep it to 1, because I also think the map is, because it's not, also because I think we were saying, because it's not textures. Is one thing Drew mentioned. It's sometimes hard to, you lose your place in the map where you are, so it has to be very much like you use your marker then and there, right? It's a very much like, okay, you have a line you want to do, set it. So if for now we have 1, so we just have the delete new. Or we can even say, if you have an existing one, the new one transforms to a delete, right? So you only have 2 buttons, or whatever we want to do. Like, that's not really fucking, just whatever. Could just have,
there you go, yeah, actually.
Yeah, like it's pretty. The code wise is actually really easy to do. Like, that's actually, I could add it in like in a minute. So it's whichever one you think looks better or like plays better. That's so you can have a play around. Let me know what you think. I guess for now, one thing I also don't want to do is just copy like other games, and like, because I think Skate 4 does the radial wheel. Last I've seen it on a marker. I'm pretty sure they do.
I do like,
and they do it where you hold it, you push the thumbstick, and it like fills up, and then it goes to it. Last, I think I'm pretty sure.
I do like the idea of okay. So, and then okay. I like the idea of like placing it just, if you place it in a new spot, it just moved the previous one. Because if it's a very intentional, like you have to bring up the radial and then teleport, there's no harm in just, once you've placed it, you can't delete it, because what are the odds of you accidentally teleporting it if it's multiple button presses together? So
yeah, like,
not deleting it, just moving it around actually might not be a bad idea.
Yeah, like, because the thing is, like, yeah, again, because it is like, it's just like a, because I think it's what the delete is really, if you just want to eliminate a session marker and you don't want to have any in the world, right? Like that's fine. The option to say, because the thing is as well, we could also, like, there's a couple things, like the delete can be like clear session marker. I don't want to store one. I just don't want to do it. And people might just like the thought of that, right? So the option we can have there, setting a new one, is like if you just press it, it just sets it wherever you are, right? Even if one is like whatever one is previously set, it just overwrites it when you press it. And then teleport is only active if you have one set, right? Otherwise, it's not. So yeah, so I experiment with all that, like which one you feel visually and like gameplay wise feels best. I think actually, like UI style wise, obviously there's the couple different ways we can approach it, right? Like we can do a radial, we can do like just have the in like a row, like sit like sort of in like a box, self-contained box that pops up near the character, or like to the side or above or wherever. Could be like in the menu, like could be like loads of different ways to do it. I think we have to find a way that kind of stylistically suits what we're trying to do in it. Like,
yeah,
what could, because I'm thinking street and security vibes, right?
Scan lines, CCTV.
No,
CCTV scan lines. CRT.
Yeah.
Like, but right. So anyway, yeah. So was you planning to have it be button presses on the radial, or you aim and release on the radial? Like, should we go for the procedural controller or bespoke icons?
I think for now, right, because the thing is with, I think for now, because stuff is going to change a lot, right? It's probably useful to see something that we could change quickly. Although, like, the bespoke stuff isn't also difficult enough to like, because like it probably won't. Whatever we decide probably won't change for a very long time, right? Like, it's
and even if
will later down the line probably end up being something quite bespoke.
And
because it always looks nicer.
Yes, and in this particular case, because it's not a particularly complicated interface, it would only be 2, maybe 3 icons if you also wanted to delete. But like you say, changing it and making new ones wouldn't be like, they wouldn't be that painful to just make new icons in 2 months' time. Like,
yeah,
it's 3 icons. It's
fine. Yeah. I think it's just in this design process we just have to be very like how exactly we, because but then we also want like consistency across like the themes of the UIs, right? So like they all have to kind of follow a general theme, right? Like if we're going for like quite a clean, refined look, right? So like we're looking at the HUD right now, right? So with
which it would be it would be easier to do clean and refined with icons.
Yeah, no, for sure. So like with that right now, right? Like aside from like the text and like all the stuff there, right? And then the images and stuff, I'm thinking like, okay, obviously this could work, right? But then I don't look at it and I'm like, yeah, because like from a visual, I don't look at it. I'm like, it looks so much more. And this is not like me saying that because obviously we haven't put as much effort into it. It's just like we're designing it, right? It doesn't look as clean or crisp as like some of the other ones you see.
Oh no, it really
and obviously
doesn't.
we're such near, like obviously we're very start stage, like we haven't designed it and stuff, and but like it's either we go and just be like, screw it, it's gonna be hella bare bones, right? Or we say let's put a little bit of effort into because I think it's something that in theory won't need to change for a very long time. It could be worth just putting a little bit of effort into it just to make it just like, okay, let's take a day and actually try and design something that looks quite crisp. Here, I'm trying to think what could
because I've been
because it just takes up a lot of screen space as well, right? Like it's quite in your face.
Oh yeah, but we could change the size of it and move it around.
Yeah, for sure.
That's chill, and we can make it transparent, or you could get rid of the session marker text at the top, and that's fine. This was mainly just setting up the controller system and having it rendered to the widget, and so you could.
No, that's all cool.
So if we wanted to move it around, that's easy now.
That's cool.
But yeah, like the last couple hours break I've had, I've been trying to think of what to do with it, because I'll be the first to put my hands up and say that this looks functional. let's say. Rather than looks good, it looks functional.
I think a wheel could be cool, man. I'll be honest with you, like a small little wheel. Like I'm envisioning there, right? Obviously with the like different different text, different colors. We'll sort that text out, right? That's different, but like a small wheel, and then each one was like represent like you had an image that reflected what it was trying to do, like
yeah. So
cancel
it like
or
had actual
new.
icons on it.
Yeah, so you had like some bespoke stuff, and then
The only thing is, how do you get the like the button press information across, like telling the person which button it is that does it?
what do you mean?
Well, so if it was like this, if it was the face button, assuming that this configuration is right, I don't know if it is, but assuming it is,
Mm-hmm.
if we had like an actual icon for place, and it's like a little mark with like a down arrow, and it was like you're placing it here or whatever.
What
How would
image
you
are
convey
you
the
looking at, by the way, guys?
Sorry?
I was
On
looking at
the
Guns'
YouTube
yeah.
stream?
Yeah.
Ah, okay, so.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I can stream in Discord as well. Yeah. How would we get the information across that it's the square button that does it? Would you have that as writing, like?
What?
Or...
Oh no, I'm saying if we because if I think if we have a wheel, we need to make it thumbstick based, right?
Oh, like,
And you
like the
select
old
it with
emote one where you aim at it.
yeah, that kind of vibe, right? If I think if it's a wheel, because then the
I think
beauty
I
of a
prefer
wheel is
that.
like is the easy transition between like you can flick through.
I think I prefer that personally.
I think it looks cooler too because I think the old emote bar looked quite nice as well, actually.
Yeah.
And I think so one thing that Skate does that I think when they set the new ones, they set the marker, it's quite like in your face and it takes up the whole screen and you do it. I think something a little subtle that's like a small wheel, like sort of placed similarly, right? Because this looks sort of like, the camera's still moving, it's just kind of hovering there, right? And if we got even like it like a vibe, like it felt like we could even do it as like a 3D thing, right? That comes up right by Josh, right? Like it could be anything, like in the world or whatever. Like for now, let's just do UI on the 2D on screen, and then we could just have like
if it was a 3D
smaller
thing that came
wheel.
up... Sorry, you finish.
I know, yeah. So like like a wheel, like a little bit small, like just like imagine just around the icons, basically a wheel like that. And the icons, were distinct enough where you could see what you want to do, and you just had like small text that was just like new, delete, whatever, like teleport or travel, and we had like set, and if you basically we had set and remove, right? And then set was remove was not highlighted or was like blanked out if set wasn't done, and then when set was done, like teleport and remove were blanked out if you hadn't set one or something like that, and then you set it and then you have new ones, and then set changes from set to or it keeps it a set actually because you can change to whatever. And then you just have your wheel have the respective ones, and then there's also no button there that doesn't do anything, so you just have like a 3-prong wheel for all the ones that you want to do. Like I think that could look quite cool. And then what I can then add is on the thumbsticks, we just almost like you can fill up the bar, right? Or you can hover on it and then you press A on it, right? So you can hover on whichever one you want to go on, and then you press the X option to select that option, right? And be like, move to the one, like, do you want to do this? But then, I mean, the hold on there and like the bar, like some ticker, what, like if you hold on it for like a second, then it does it. Like that could work as well. Either way, whichever way we wanted to do.
Yeah, like a short build up would be nice because it would prevent accidental, like accidentally teleport and accidentally moving it. If it takes too long, it becomes frustrating. But if it was like half a second to a second, it just gives you that moment to like for your brain to buffer and be like, oh no, that's not what something.
That's not what I want. Yeah, no, yeah, we're definitely in the build up. So it have to be, and then so you can either two approaches. You have a build up. Only if we feel like there's not enough time, like in the hold up or the holding feels too long, we can do it. That you can just flick left and then press A or press X, and then it's like, well, I flicked left. It's the marker's on there. Then when you're sure that's the option you want to do,
the set button would override the build up.
Yeah, no, so you wouldn't even have a build up. It'd just be like you have it like goes through the different choices based on like you flick towards which one you want, and then the only one is highlighted, right? The one that you want to do. Sort of like basically how we did the emotes before. It would highlight the option, and then once the option that was highlighted, when you pressed A, it would do whatever option that was, or try to at least. Um, Obviously, then you have to be like a bit of a damper to be able to switch between and stuff like that. But I think in general, like, the build up could be quite cool. And I think the approach is to make it as unintrusive to the visual of the world and the character as possible. Like, really not have it be like, whoa, this whole thing. Like, just keep it out of the way enough, and like, but like in focus, like keep it centrally by Josh. But then just small and like subtle enough where it's like it doesn't take up too much like effort, or like visually is too much of a thing.
What do you think about, rather than a radial, you could have it as a bar, like a horizontal bar, that it's got the 3 icons. We could either do it all 3 on the screen, but the ones like grayed out and they're next to each other, and you'd cycle through left to right, or you could have one on the screen, and as you move over, that icon moves and fades out the way, and the other one moves in from the other side to replace it. And then it would just be this little horizontal strip of icons with just a little bit of text above it that just says like session mark or something. And then it becomes a super
Like,
minimal
like
UI
set
element that doesn't take up much space.
I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you definitely do that. I think a part of it is cool. So we just have to make sure, because then with that, they need to make sure that they know all options at any given time. Like, you see all visible points in the option, rather than like, so like, because the fade idea is cool. I like that, the sort of that, because like, then it's only one option is highlighted, and I sort of imagine like, almost like one's in focus and the other two are sort of blurred out.
Yeah, like blurred and faded out, and then as you
blurred and
as you
faded
move
out,
through
right? And then you slide. It's almost like a slider bar, right? And if I'm thinking,
Yeah.
and you flick through and it goes through, and it like, yeah.
So you can see that
but
there's
that could be
always
cool as
another
well.
option, but it's super like discreet.
Because I mean,
'Cause
that could be quite. That could be, because I also think we should try to do something new, right? Like,
Well, we
because
can
I
also
don't want to copy.
yeah, but also if we'd done that bar thing, we could mirror, or we could copy those angled bars from the flow bar, flows down the bar, and then it keeps that similar style of like that angled horizontal bar.
Because I'm thinking, let me go to my trusty paint. If I share my screen, this is what I'm envisioning. I need like a freaking pen or some shit I can draw on this stuff. But like, so imagine we have like text here that says like session marker, right? This is in cool font, like thin, like we're not too much, all that, whatever. And then we've got our like, where's my pencil? Then we've got like sets or something like that, right? And then you've got like delete, but then it's like faded out, so you just see like LETE or something, but it's like faded, and then it's like faded out there. And then you got teleport, or you see like TE, and then it's like faded out. And this is also like opacity of that is low. And then you just have like the X icon here or something to be like select that, and it's just like this. It's like then the rest is, it's just like all you see is the fade out, and then you see the set thing. And we could have like a bit of a, like, not a square background, but a sort of like a grayish like back tone to it, so that also fades out with the text, right? So then it's also like, then this stuff here is always visible, the primary option, and then and it's like, once you set a marker, the primary option goes to teleport, and then but when you haven't set a marker, the primary option is set, and then when you reopen, but that's when you reopen it. So right, so when I open a session marker, it checks, do you have a marker set? If you do, it's gonna open up on teleport to start with, and then you move it off. If you haven't set one, it's gonna open up on set, and then because delete is always gonna be an option that's very like, and then what you can also say is that if you haven't set one yet, these aren't even available, like you can't even see them, right?
Yeah.
And then once you've set one, then these become thing, and then you can like flick between them, right? And then it's just like with the, and then we could do left or right stick. Like, I guess which one would, maybe left?
Well, see, I was gonna say we could, I'd say left if we're gonna do a stick, or left and right bumper.
Yeah, left and right bumper,
Because
and then we could even be
also
like,
map it to A and D on the keyboard. So
yeah,
then
and then we could
always
even
above
have like
relatively.
the right bumper, and then
I'd probably put. Would I put those under? I'd be tempted to put the left and right bumper things on top, maybe.
yeah, it could be it could be there, it could be there, because I like the session mark in the middle, the active one, and then the button to activate it below, and then we could have like LB and RB to be like move between, right?
I like this.
I quite like this actually. It's quite,
And
because
we
then I'm
could
also
quite easily
thinking
make
this
this
won't
clean
take
as
up
well.
much space. This will be very small, right? This is like
Yeah.
it's quite out the way, but it looks quite clean and not very bulky. It's not gonna be like a super whatever, because it doesn't need to be, right? Like a whole freaking UI page, right? Just to add just to put something there. Like you're gonna interact with this menu for like a second, right? That's it. So a whole, and then with this, nothing's really changing. Like UI wise, we're not it's just text. So and like some post processing stuff like the fade and all that whatever materials. So then it doesn't need to be bespoke icons. We don't need anything in Photoshop. We don't need to do all that faff with all that shit. And if we want to change the controls, it's just we're just changing these three things. Like the only icons we change is this, and this.
See, I'll set it up
But
originally.
why do we need the delete button? Why we don't just do set and go?
We were talking about that earlier.
Yeah.
The thing is,
sorry, go on.
I was going to say that some people are just going to want the option, like David said earlier.
Yeah.
But B, there's something very satisfying about it being 3 icons.
3, yeah.
Yeah, but
It makes it quite nicely balanced visually.
But remember, the like less is always more, right? I think like logically, like always think about in terms of like an Apple product, right? Like if something doesn't need to be there, it's not there. They forever they did all in one thing, everything with just one button, and then they even deleted that one button right now. No, it's not even there. And then so I think like the concept of delete and is very PC like mentality, like open menu, file, save as, or save all. It's just like so pedantic. Like you want, like I imagine this to be a very fast thing. So like I wouldn't even like put anything on the screen, like, because like you want to do two things, right? You want to set a marker and you want to go into a marker, right? So if you think about the minimum, like always think about the minimum functionality that you need.
Well, the good thing is as well, with how I'd set this up, is we could change our mind 100 times and it's easy to tell, because it would just be like, I'd have it set up so that you could just add and remove icons and elements as much as you want. So you could have 100 things or you could have 2 things. And then we can just mess around with it internally and see which we prefer.
Okay, so the question is like, shouldn't this be a very small hint that comes up only, I don't know, maybe the first 5 times or whatever, right? And then
no, this is not come up every time.
No, I don't, because I'm thinking how that would be to play, right? And one thing that I never like, it almost sounds bad, but like we almost have to think the player is stupid, right? Like, and like I don't have to. I hate having to remember shit. Like it sounds weird. Like although it makes sense, it's like you get it how to do it in the first time, right? And it sounds so stupid because you have to remember moves and all that, whatever. But like having like a visible like UI to link to a gameplay, because it's not like like a move or something. It's like this. It's a system in itself that performs. Sort of like stamina, right? It's like you need a visual indicator of what is doing the what, and like what is the thing that I'm pressing that's doing what, right? In like
how do you bring up this menu?
So like I think it'd be like
it would just be a little widget that pops up.
Yeah. Sorry?
It would just be like a little widget that pops up on the screen. Probably
but how do you? Sorry?
Probably just to the right of like Josh's head, or just to the right of his shoulder, or something like that.
No, but what is the user input to bring this menu up?
Got it right on the D-pad or something like that. So like a
Yeah,
D-pad.
whatever
Yeah,
it is.
Yeah, but this is like, but that is what I'm not really sure about, because so you are adding like a three-way logic where it should really be a one-way logic, right? Like, because like you need to remember to press D on the D-pad, right, to bring this menu, but really you only have two options, so it sort of like defeats the point to have to press two buttons for two
But
options,
like
right?
the problem, the thing is though, makes me know that because the problem is if we say like I either assign two buttons or I assign one button to what I want to do and tell them their options, or two buttons I lose. Because the one benefit of doing this is that session marker should be a purposeful thing. Like you shouldn't have the session marker open while you're jumping around and like climbing, right? Like it's not like mid climb I bring up session marker and set it up, right? And like while my camera is spinning and all this stuff going on, I'm doing the session marker, because then it isn't like it's like you have like three different things going on, and the UI becomes like all this stuff of like, am I setting a marker now? What happens if I set a marker midair and stuff like that? Like then you add all
But
this
that
more
could
context.
happen, right?
Yeah, but like it's like we shouldn't even like if you're trying to set a marker, you shouldn't even open up the menu.
Yeah,
Like,
for
you
sure.
don't then have to. So one thing of having like an actual specific, like when you press this input, it brings up your session marker. These are your options. Do with them as you wish. It just from like a player perspective, like, because I'm just thinking me playing it, right? If someone said to me, "There's two buttons to set and delete a marker," although like UI, the input wise, it may, because I don't actually think it's less input. Like it's less like click like layers of input, because this is like two layered, right? It's left and then you open up your options, but like you then it is in like your base control scheme, it takes up less because you go into like almost another avenue of controls where a load of other inputs now aren't being processed, but we're only processing these two. So like in a general scheme, it's like only the session marker is only on the right D-pad, and then you go into session marker mode, and then you have all this whatever. And say if as this gets more complex, say you want to travel between different markers, or you want to set multiple ones, or like you want to I don't know, like whatever you want to do with the marker, or like, you know what I mean, like move it or like drag or like whatever it is. It's a way for them to have to not be into it, like think too much about what they're doing, because then it's also like if they have two buttons, right? If they've set a marker, then we don't tell them that they already have one set. How do they know they have one set? Like then they try to teleport, or they press the teleport button and nothing happens because they haven't set one yet, right? Because they don't know that they haven't set one. Yeah, it's almost like even though they'll know they haven't set one, they might forget that they haven't set one. But like like say we had, just in essence now, we had two buttons, one for set, one for teleport, and we didn't have any UI. People will press teleport, nothing will happen. Then they'll press set, something will happen, and then teleport, and then something will happen. And that discontinuity there is like, what? Why did?
No, but you need to have a visual feedback. Okay, whenever you set, it needs to be a visual feedback for sure.
100%. But then that is more complicated than having visual feedback, because then what if you lose sight of your visual feedback, right? Because then it's like I need to add something on my UI that is then permanent to then always know that I have a session marker, or I make the visual feedback so distinctive that it is in your face too much. Because like I could set a marker up top, drop down below, run around, forget completely I've set a marker, or could forget completely I have a new marker or whatever, and have no idea, have I set a marker? Is there a marker there?
Like before, we just had that like thunderstrike thing, right? But it didn't stay on the screen. It was like, oh, okay, I set one, and there was that flash of lights. That super cool flash of lights, right?
Yeah, we'll definitely add something.
Yeah.
This is where you're going to do it. But
Another problem that will come up as well is people will get And I know because I will definitely be the first person to do it. They'll get the place and the teleport, but if they're two individual buttons, they'll get them mixed up occasionally. And if they've already placed a marker and they either forgot or they were planning to place another one and they accidentally teleport, it's just going to be frustrating. Whereas when you make this its own dedicated, very small, very discreet, doesn't interrupt the gameplay, but its own dedicated menu.
But
The
it does
odds of you doing that becomes
interrupt the
super low.
gameplay because you need to go in and out the menu.
But
Like,
it's
if you're retrying the same jump, I don't want to go in and out the menus. Just get retry. Okay, let's go. Retry. Let's go. Retry. Let's go. I don't want to go.
But like upon teleporting, the session marker thing would go away. It wouldn't stay open, right? Like
yeah, no,
close
but
the menu.
yeah,
Because
but
then it's two inputs that really are not cumbersome enough. Because then it's like, would you rather know exactly what you're doing and have visual feedback when you want it and when you need it, or have no visual feedback and it just do it like 0.1 seconds quicker? Because at one point I had exactly what you were saying. Everything was on one button, and then it didn't look nice, like to do, and like B, it was like I just felt like I was like I want something to look at me and be like session marker, travel to, and if I can't travel to, it tells me that I haven't got one set. Like there's something showing to me that I haven't got one set, or if I have one set, it's something telling me that one is already set. Do you want to set a new one?
But like the visual feedbacks are very important. I'm not saying just press a button and something magically happen. But there is a difference between having a visual feedback and having a two-stage menu.
But look, but the visual feedback I'm talking about is UI based, because it's always going to be in your point of view. Because the problem is when it's just a visual feedback in the level, right? You either have to add something on your UI anyway to let them know that they have a marker there, like regardless of what, because they're not always going to look at the marker. That's the issue. Like I could set a marker inside, like underneath in the most obscure area, and then it's like, shit, A would be like, where's my marker? Or B is like, have I set a marker? Like,
but you only
if I press teleport, what's going to happen?
You only need to try to go there.
But then it's like, I don't want to go there. Do you mean like, why am I now in the bottom of a thing that I now have to try and find my way?
There in the first place.
Yeah, but it's confusion for the player, because they're having to think so much more about what should be just so straightforward, right?
Yeah, but why they have to think so much more if they don't remember that they placed the market, even if they press the button teleport with having two key press instead of one, if they didn't remember, they would still feel the same, right? It's not that
the thing would be you can't teleport if there's no
realize where it was.
But we'll do it so that it's like the opacity is out or something, or the button isn't like there is no like option for it.
You can't go to it. Either you can't go to it, it's locked, or you can't. It's not on the screen.
Yeah. Or if you do it, it's like it's not accessible.
But that only happens once, which is if you never set one. Which is, I mean, it's even more embarrassing. Like if you never set one, right, and you think that you did, then well, fair enough.
Is it because then I think about it too from a player perspective, right? And because it was also like we had it like that, right? We had it where we had the beam of light and it was on one input. We kept it super straightforward and simple. And genuinely, I didn't like it. It was I thought it was if it sounds underintuitive, but it felt sloppy. Like it felt lazy, like rather than actually well thought out. It felt like you can't be asked to create a system, so you just put it on one button, which I know is the opposite of the thinking. But from a playing perspective, I actually got the vibe that it was sloppier than, oh, look at this nice UI and like these are what you can do, and it's like really like straightforward, and like I press it and then this tells me what my things are. Oh, it sees the teleport is cancelled out. I can't go yet. Let me set a new marker. Blah blah blah. Whether or not we have 3 or 2, like that don't really matter to me. But like the actual and having a crisp thing, like I always look at games that have it and the session marker just looks like a nice, it's almost like interacting on your phone, right? Because I get the point of the Apple stuff, but I think there are some things that still need to be like we simplify it, but like, oversimplification is just as much of a problem as like over complexity or whatever it is. Like you simplify it to a point where it either kills the actual like effort and visual and the feel of it playing. Although it's quicker to do, it doesn't feel better to do it. Like
It's a problem of it's not problem of simplification. Is the problem like I always remember what Alex Evans once told me. Is like he was sorting and he was writing a function, an argument to sort an array into another array, and some sort of sorting stuff, right? And I came up with the idea, oh, you can do this and that, right? And he came up with an idea which was a lot more optimized, because my proposal covered a lot more cases. So but with my idea, right, I said you can optimize an array left, the right, and center, and even if it's 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional. It's like but every time, right, you design a system that does even one more thing that it doesn't need to do, it's not an optimized system. It's not, it's not designed properly. So here, I have the feeling that it's not about being sloppy. It's about what is the most streamlined operation that you can have to set and teleport. And for sure, it's not having to press 2 buttons instead of 1, because clearly you can have the same functionality by just pressing 1 button.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like that I think optimization wise, that like I said, it's always quicker to just like have one. But what I'm saying is like there's a balance there, right? Because a lot of the time when you're doing those kind of things, like I found that doesn't account for the experience of an additional user and or the visual aspect of it, because the visual in this case can take precedent over the optimization. But like it needs to look like visually, it needs to be functional beyond just purely being optimized to the point where, because I'm also going off the fact that we've tried it on 1 button, like, and it didn't work well. That's what I'm not saying that let's not try it, but I mean like we had it where it was 1 button and just a visual cue, and it wasn't nice. Like I don't. This is my personal opinion. For me, it was like I just felt like I wanted more from it. The session marker. It was something that was used a lot. That was a system that I just felt like I wanted more of a visual. Like, hey, this is what you're doing, rather than just like I press this thing and things happen. Like it, and
Yeah.
But if it's used a lot, okay, so that needs to become a first class citizen, right? Like here you go. Like what sounds really strange to me, that you go like 2 very important buttons, right? The right bumpers and the face button. Like those are like primary buttons, right? The what's the name? The D-pad is a secondary button. It's very, very uncomfortable to access the D-pad. Okay, it's just like you need to put a lot of effort. So what it looks strange to me, right? That you are going from a very uncomfortable from a very ergonomically uncomfortable like main key entry to a lot more comfortable like button press. Like if you decided to move the like if the session marker was that important, then maybe like moving into the right bumper, the left bumper, whatever, like that should be the main entry point. But if the main entry point is a very awkward button, then I think it should stay there. like just like you can have this 2-stage menu, but like okay, to get in is right, and then to choose is up
Yeah,
and
that's fine.
down
That's
on the
yeah,
keypad.
that's calm. These aren't
That
these
makes
would you
more
were just
sense
brainstorming
in a way.
what these were. Yeah, these weren't like set in stone. They could be anything, right? Um, the reason why we use this is because from like a I guess convention way, um, your selection stuff. Like if you think of like when a player would say, "How do you select things?" Right? They'd be like with X. Like
Yeah.
like if I said interact with this object, 99% of players would walk up and press X or square.
Yeah,
Or be
I
like,
know.
here is a menu.
Yeah.
Select it. What would you press? And you'd
Yeah,
be like
yeah.
X.
But I'm trying to get in a way that is not really a menu, that is just a visual clue. So let's say that in order to set a market, right, you just press left on what is to get into this menu.
Give me one second. I'm just gonna pop toilet.
If we do something like that, Peter, that would be way further down the line. We have had conversations of doing stuff like that and like music control and that on like a phone. But that would have to be like a whole thing, like a whole system, a whole UI set up. That'd be later down the line if we were gonna do that. I'm just gonna turn the heating up because it's quite hot here. Yo.
What is the key to what is the button press to open this menu?
What menu?
The session marker menu.
The one I've got in at the moment?
No, yeah, or the one that you want to do eventually. Yeah.
The one that we'd do eventually would be, I think, right on the D-pad. The one that I'm using to test at the moment is I think I press T on the keyboard. I don't know if I've checked
Right, okay.
it or not though.
So what if, right? You press to get into that session marker. I'm still gonna call it hint. I'm not gonna call like menu UI. Right? To get there, you just press left on the D-pad, okay? And I explain you why. Left is also to set, and right is to teleport, okay? So what that will give you is that, like, you want to do this action, and like you don't even need to look at the menu. You just have double left, you set, left to right, you go. So, like, if you haven't got any problem with your memory, but you want to do things fast, you go double left, left, right. So that for me, it's a lot more convincing pattern, because like that looks like too much PC for me.
Would if with the double left, right, will there be some kind of UI cue? That's what I'm because like
exactly.
okay, then that's fine. Then. I have no issue. Like I don't really care what buttons it's on you, right? What all I'm trying to enforce is that there has to be some UI thing.
Yeah.
Say again.
Yeah. Like if you press it very fast, the UI clue will still be there, but like you will go so fast that you probably
You don't know.
like,
yeah, because this could become sorry.
Because like I think for me, right, we designed this game to be like our input is a gesture base. That one for me, it looked too much about point the mouse to the menu and do file save as. So like always think about okay, like can we transform into an action to tick papa, and then it works, right? We got the thing on the screen, but you know I'm pretty sure pretty much everyone after the first 2 or 3 times we do okay, set go.
100%. Yeah, I agree. Like we could definitely have and it probably would look quite good. With what's it called? Like you said, like rather than the X and thing, and you just had the session marker and you just saw left and right on the D-pad, right? Like that's completely cool. Like, but like what all I think what we were saying is that there needs to be some kind of HUD cue that is always that comes up every time.
So, and I would really do actually the opposite. I would swap like set and go, right? So I think go is a lot more high frequency than set. So go needs to be double left or double right, whatever you wanna call it, right?
I agree with that. Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
for sure,
the double thing is your high frequency. The low frequency is left and right, right?
That works nicely as well, because at the moment the time trial restart is left on the D-pad, so then that keeps it consistent that left is like a restart teleport thing.
Yeah.
What is that?
Well,
What
yeah.
are you squibbling there, David?
No, I'm trying to like imagine you had it like
Oh,
this.
you're trying
but
to
then it was
draw a
faded out.
D-pad, right?
Yeah, but like this is faded out. So if you see like this, you don't really see it. So it's then just
Right, okay.
Yeah.
like when you see the deep, then you have the option. So like flip it around, right, whatever it is, and then ignore the whatever this is, because then it's so tiny. Like this is like okay, paint has failed me, but you get what I'm saying.
We know what you mean.
Yeah, I mean, so like all I'm saying is like like I like the everything on the left and right on the D-pad. I like that. Like I actually quite like that idea. And like you said, if it's the go back to it should be a quick to do. So yeah, keep the go on the same one as open. But like there needs to be a open and a set and a go to. The only reason I'd say could we have a delete is because of the visual element of the like if you add a visual element to the session marker, you'll need to delete because someone might want to get rid of it.
Yeah, but that it could be expanded into the down button or the up button. I mean, usually
100%,
down, right? You just go down and then you. Or actually, no. Usually it's going up. Like you scroll up. Like if you have an iPhone, right? If you move the, what is the gesture to move the up or like out? Like move up or move down? Like swipe up or swipe down to remove.
Up gets rid.
Yeah, so I mean something like that, right? Just
Yeah,
like
up probably,
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I like that a lot because I think it's sort of like the one we have now, but it's the D-pad and smaller. Yeah, I've no issue, and even if we don't want we play on the D-pads, whatever it is, as long as I'm happy, as long as there's a UI, basically.
So if you have a look on the stream right now, I mean, and this is rough as fuck because I've just literally changed where the camera is. But so you mean it would come up like that, and you'd have the up and down faded.
Yeah, so like, and then so like with a more like clean, like actual, obviously D-pad thing, like with a bit more squarey, sort of, because like a bit more brutalist, I guess you could say, and then like different text and stuff, like, and all that thing was just smaller. Then yeah, like something like that would be a lot more, yeah.
Or
yeah,
like the session marker, the thing that says the actual session marker thing is like as big as the stamina bar text. That kind of, it's like quite small.
Yeah.
And I would really use. I know that it only applies to English, but I would use like very small. Like I really like set and go. Well, go and set in case of want to do.
Or if you have a look on like our little trio Discord, ignore the one on top, because that was me sketching the old one. Or if we done it like that, and it's not even words.
I don't know about that. It's
no.
Yeah, I generally don't like words, but I think we need them
I
here
hate
because
like, drawing more.
yeah.
Fuck me, I guess.
Well, I would agree if then you don't put any word, but the moment you put session marker, then
Fuck it, we'll get rid of session marker then.
yeah, but then nobody
And it's
knows
like,
what.
which is you always lose that. But I agree what you mean in terms of like set, and although like I know it sounds weird, but like the words we use also like impact the style, like the vibe of everything. Like
Yeah.
go just seems, it sounds so wrong, but like go seems so
Yeah, go's not the right word.
kiddie, like go, like 3,
Yeah,
2,
I know.
1, go. Yeah, so
Yeah.
maybe like travel, maybe like set and travel rather than teleport.
Yeah. But I think
Because teleport seems like
also
teleport is quite a,
stronger.
I bet in another language it's like what, but travel is quite a, okay. You know what I mean? It's one of those words that would probably like most people would see it and know exactly. Okay, travel, even if I don't.
Be like go to, right? Go to.
Reposition. Sorry, I just looked up synonyms. And it was like reposition, root, shift, shoot,
Displace,
displace, transmit,
convey.
Dislocate. Dislocate is not teleport.
No, these are, they are playing fast and loose with the word synonym.
Would you like to dislocate to your marker? No.
Nani? Broadcast.
It's time to dislocate. Like Josh's body starts breaking up. Like each individual limb travels one at a time.
Transport across a distance instantly. Sorry, I've really gone off on a tangent here, but I'm liking this. Wrinkle. Interesting. I'm having fun here. But okay, I'll start putting together like a mock version of it. Oh, Peter's got a point. Next to spot there.
Oh shit! Yeah,
he's got a point.
He's got a great freaking point. Oh, you didn't even think of that. That has to be. It's like,
yeah, but it's so long though.
No, it's. I think visually it might be a bit off.
Unless
I think
you replace the word session marker with next to spot there.
Next to spot there. We could, you know, like, I mean, it's obviously just text, but
we need Callum to say that, right?
And every time you travel, it's like next to spot there.
that could actually just be an audio cue, not like
just
text
be
on screen.
No, we
need the first time you do it, right? It's like, and it takes ages. It's like it's just a video of him like zoomed up, like next to spot there.
The whole screen gets covered up, and it just zooms really close to his face.
Zooms into Callum's face. Like.
All right, I'll start putting together a little mock version of this, see what it looks like, and then we can.
And let's not call it session mock. Let's try and find something like maybe like a spot, something to do with a spot. Because, yeah, something like that. If we can, I mean, obviously have session marker for now, but like, yeah, let's find a new that is a bit more parkour, right? Like, because they say this. I'm trying to go back to that spot, and that's a bit something to do with a spot, right? Would probably be a bit more aligned.
No, that would be way too much.
But what could you say? Spot, save, nah, shite.
So I was going to say, even if we had a system where we had multiple markers, this still might be too much. But if you was to name the marker based on the spot, or if it was to inherit their name of a, like if you broke the map up into named sections and it was to inherit the name, it would be like spot, stairs, spot, bridge,
spot,
yeah.
Park spot, like,
but you'd have to like pre-allocate what areas of the map called, which could be cool for like way further down the line. Might be a cool idea, but right now it's not.
Yeah, I like this. I like this, keeping it on one input and like, yeah, 100%.
Okay. What's good, Ferratu? It's cracking lacking, G. We've just spent an hour streaming and nothing has happened on screen. We have been talking for an hour.
Like, that's
on what is a relatively small topic. We've spent an hour.
Honestly, man.
Let's go.
The funny thing is, like, we were like debating for so long, but we actually all agreed. It's like it wasn't because it happens so much. It's like, no, we need this. It's like, yeah, yeah, yeah. I was like, yeah, but this is what we actually need. It's like, oh no, I agree. It's like, yeah, let's do that.
I know. Happens too
But
often,
it's
doesn't
like,
it?
but it's because like it's clarification, right? Like if we could all just live in that person's head, they know. But it's like, yeah,
Well, it's also just that like approaching it from slightly different angles, and like, you've got a
angles,
different
yeah,
image in your head, and you get it
in your
mixed up with. Yeah.
yeah,
Context is a
100%.
bitch.
It really is, but it's key. But that's game dev.
That's just meetings in general, dude.
It really is, isn't it?
Like I've never been in any sort of meeting where we were like, yeah, we'll have a half-hour meeting and we'll bang this out, and then we're 2 hours
It
in and
stays.
we're still
Yeah,
fighting each other, and it's like we've got work to do. Come on, it's
honestly.
ridiculous.
The amount of times like me and Dad would be working on a system, and I'd be like, we'll both come at it from different angles, and then at the end, he'd be like, yeah, but that's what I was trying to say, and that's what I was trying to say, and it's just like,
Yeah.
oh man. But like, you always just get clarity on it, right? Like, your own perception of it just becomes clarified. Like I think that'll give us the clarity on like the input, which buttons it needed to be, because we hadn't actually considered that, to be fair. Yeah.
Right.
Très
Sweet.
important.
Hey, what's up, bro?
Use some fucking fixes quickly.
Also, sorry, stream. This must be a little bit of a weird camera angle for you because you're looking at kind of nothing, and I keep looking to the side because I have a preview, but I need it on both monitors because I need to be able to see the preview, which means you get to see the final product, not me working it out. So, are you winning some? Hung. That's such a big
Okay,
dinner,
David.
and I'm hungry.
I'm fixing a couple of those bugs there I was mentioning earlier in the chat. But do you wanna think, you know, like half an hour or so?
Yeah, let me. I've just got those
to-
two things. I'm gonna fix those going in the wall thing, and then I'm gonna get rid of the has taken off and climb. I'm actually just gonna jump in the shower quick. I don't know. It's my third shower today. I'm just a bit of a shit. I'm just in the mood for one. And then I'm gonna get rid of that has taken off and climb because I just don't trust it anymore. Let me grab latest actually first.
Well, Dado appears. Dado has a habit of doing that. He'll be in the stream, and like me and Dave just start talking. Dado's quiet for like an hour, and then he'll just pop up and scare the shouts.
I think I've synced up there actually.
Because he's too busy working, and me and David are too busy nattering like old ladies.
That's very true.
That's too true. It's painfully true.
Pretty sure I got latest. What I've
lost. Cool, eh? I don't actually know if it's working enough to be able to do a line right now. It's going through a lot of improvements, which have kind of temporarily fucked everything.
Yeah, Dado, have you checked it in your changes?
Let me check. Oh,
You checked it with Dado, not Dev. No, I don't think.
I can check them in actually. I can integrate into dev, so you're all up to date.
Yeah, do you want to do that? I'm just jumping shower.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do those changes. I'm gonna make. I'm gonna work on them.
There is a couple of things, but I'll explain later.
Okay, cool.
Oh my god, about 400 of them. bargain. I want to hit a restaurant first because I'm starving. Empty glasses. Stop shanking a blast on young men to use female shaking and asses. Just keep. Ah, shit. Look, it smells like weed smoked on it, but you don't want to look. It's gonna sit, smash. Gosh. And I'll say my match. Oh, why is this not set? So, I'm just gonna laugh mode. Do I have any food I could get? Do I have any easy food? Oh, I might have some instant
Okay, David, it's not checked in, and
David's
give me a
gone.
shout when you take it because it's
David's gone, bro.
it's gone. All right,
Yeah,
okay.
he's gone for a shout.
All right, mate. All right.
Alright, mate.
All right. You're right. Hey, Val. You're right, Val. You're right.
Yeah.
My daughter started to say "fam." You're right, fam. Jesus Christ.
How'd you feel about that?
Wow. She's gone into her own world anyways. How to stop a teenager now.
How old is she now?
14.
Oh, so it's only just starting. You got another 5
Yeah.
years of it. 5 to 7 years of it.
Yeah, like 6 years of madness. Right, yeah.
And as soon as that one finishes, the other one's gonna hit it, isn't she?
No, I mean, that they have 3 years difference. So yeah, I mean, 10
Oh,
years
okay.
of madness.
Yeah, you got like 10 years of madness coming in.
Yeah.
Have fun.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Still nobody moved.
You're right, fam. It's fun. Boomer.
It's got 3 clap 4. 8 clap more.
Oh.
Back. North London, my cop. Back. South London, my cop. Back. What? It's rotating it the wrong way. Oh. 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 He's got a big. It's the weird. Hmm. 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 What? Jump. Hmm. Jump. Jump and pulse. Slide. Oh. Slide. Hmm. Hey, what's up, Mihai? Thank you, dude. Thank you. Feels good so far. Feels good to play. Thank you for that, Val. Right, I'll be back in a minute. I'm gonna see if I've got any food that I can do in the kitchen. Mince noodles or something. I'm really hungry. Oh, Dado,
Yeah.
how are you and David doing the trailer? Are you playing a YouTube video? Or are you playing an actual file?
Oh, we doing what? The trailer.
Yeah, when you go for like a coffee break or something, you play the trailer. Are you playing a file or a YouTube video?
No, I had the copy of the video locally. Yeah.
Do that in OBS.
I'll
Media source. Yeah. Can you do me a favor? Can you send me that, please?
yeah. Yeah. Let me find it. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, the huge file.
What is it? An AVI? AVI.
No, it's not big, but let me see if it's on Google Drive. It's about, I don't know, 200 megs or something.
Oh, that's not too bad. When you said it was a huge file, I thought it was going to be like an AVI and it was like 1.2 gig or something. It's not.
Well, yeah, not that big. Well, it's still big.
It's at the moment. Yeah.
Mm,
Oh, flowers, right? Oh, it's not as broken as I thought it was. Oh! When did that get fixed? We can do vaults and climbs under that bridge stairs now. I didn't realize that got fixed.
what's that?
We can do vaults and climbs when you're underneath those bridge stairs now. Those walls aren't messed up.
Oh, yeah, forever.
I
Forever.
I didn't realize that got fixed. I've still just been avoiding those walls.
Yeah, we can do.
Nice.
How do I share it then?
I have a beautiful mind too. I'm not tired at all. There's no time to pause. I'm tired, but I'm not bad at guys.
That's a
It's something
question.
you gotta have. No, I'm not agreeing when I'm chilling. Jim, bring last minute for this too. That's changed again. I think I'm gonna kill that effect. That flashing effect I've got on the stamina bar when you get low. I'm gonna kill it.
What is the flashing effect?
When you get under half stamina, the bar starts flashing. but every time I start the engine up, the speed of the flash changes. And I'll adjust it down to be slower. I'll adjust the map to be slower, and then when I restart the engine, it goes back to being fast again. And I don't know what's happening, so I'm just gonna kill it. Just do my head in.
Dodgy code.
It really is. We had some junior do it. Like a trigger in my gun. Never stop 'cause I'm a fire gun. And I'm gonna that action. I really would have in 10 seconds. No! Okay. Maybe we can try set up some AIs to do a parkour race or something. Yeah, at some point maybe, but AI is quite complicated, especially for a movement system like this. So if we do, that would be a much later update. Plus, it'd be more fun to put energy into multiplayer, wouldn't it? So you can race each other rather than bots. How's it going? Yeah, it's going good. I'm actually gonna go have a go get some food quick and have a break. I'm just waiting on getting the trailer from Dado so I can give you something to watch.
Hey, I'm back.
What would be fun? What? How I what? I broke it, Dado.
I knew it.
Somehow I broke the game, and I was like, I couldn't climb, I couldn't vault, and I was clipping into walls.
Yeah.
Why is it always? That's like such a bug that I can reproduce for some reason, where I make Josh clip into walls.
No, that's me.
Oh, hey, you're back.
Yeah, no, it's very wrong.
Yeah, but
With the-
historically, for some reason, I've always been able to get Josh to clip into walls.
With the no IK thing, it looks even worse too. He loves that freaking like this. We have like a gap in coverage. It's so annoying. There's like an awkward height wall that is like we just have this gap, and all the animations actually they only do it when it's really slow.
Ah,
They're
right.
actually just it's such there's like it's so freaking annoying. I'm trying to.
Is the game going to be how it looks on the coffee break screen? Eventually, yeah. So that trailer that plays on the coffee break screen is using real mocap animations that we have and that we use. Some of them we use, some of them the system's not implemented. Like the strides and the lache, we haven't implemented the system, but those are the real animations. It's rendered in engine, so that's what I mean. I say that's what the graphics and levels will look like. They'll look way better because those were levels thrown together almost exclusively for the trailer, and they were thrown together in like a day. So yeah, that is more or less what it would look and play like, except probably better, to be honest. And that's supposed to be a little bit of like a cheeky, lying a little bit cinematic trailer, and we'll probably still do that.
We're actually not that far off that. Actually, funny enough.
We're really not.
Like, the more I look at it.
Oh no, I missed it. Set on what you looking at. You little rich boy, poor. These rails still fucked. Yeah, they are. Are you struggling to find the file, Dado? Just send me the 200 meg one, it's fine.
Yeah, I'm sharing on Google Drive, but it takes ages to upload.
Ah.
How can I send the megabyte file?
I have a feeling that the hit server isn't the hit server is on Nitro. SPP's on Nitro. Well, boosted, sorry. Oh, we can do 50 meg. I mean, you could have sent me it on WeTransfer.
No, but this is why I'm uploading on the Google Drive.
That's fine.
Actually, I'm putting it on the OneDrive thing from Microsoft. So same thing, though.
Yes,
okay.
ugly. First person will be an option. It's currently, as you can see, being worked on, but it's not quite there. Oh, I know what I want to do in first person. But it's not going to be this. It might work. I don't know if it'll be the same with this disembodied camera, but let's go have a little look. Let's go do my favorite jump line.
Fix all the shit I broke. Ooh, that has thrown a little lambda function into the final edge. Techie.
Fancy stuff.
Like, let me show this junior how it's done.
Because like I was too lazy to create a proper function and to compile.
I was like, because I knew it. You don't want to do. You don't want to have to rerun the whole thing.
Yeah, I'm not gonna wait 2 minutes just to have the function.
Yeah. Let me throw in a little scope. Little Sam would see that and be like, "Wow, he's such a good programmer." Others would be like, "He's just being lazy."
Oh, David, we got another Mirror's Edge comparison. We're getting a lot of those today.
That's why. Like,
I wonder why.
yeah, the webbook level. That's why I'm like heavily against. No, against, not against, but like, I'm not for all that's like you can play in first person all the time, because I think it's a different game. I would like it. I think it'd be cool as like a GoPro mode that you can activate for like a period of time, and you just do it during a line that you want to specifically do, and not just like actually like a first person thing.
But what would you do? Put like an actual time limit on it? Or...
See, that's the difficult thing, right? Because you don't know like how long the line is, right? So it's like, would you put a time or whatever? It's difficult to like figure that bit out, but like, I don't know, because I think when you put it in first person, it becomes a different game.
It does, but it would be so sick.
But the problem is you then have to like, you can't make it like you'd make a third person game. Like, yeah, you'd actually have to make it with like a bit of a, because of how you do the character, how the animations look, like all that stuff has to like kind of like, it's not as motherfucking trucker. Yeah, just all that stuff. It's just, yeah, it kind of changes. And again, it's like it just feels like a different game. It's like it feels like it could be like it's a cool way of adding like making it into like almost another game, like in this whole nother side of it, right? For sure, but I don't know. I think it'd be tricky to find that nice balance between the two. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
There's stuff like how does rolls and stuff like that look in first person, and then
I
like
mean,
because
I,
the thing is a lot of the coolness of lines only looks cool when you see the character doing it. Like,
I draw, yeah, but doing it in first person and like feeling the
have you got
speed
latest
and
guns, by the way?
that relatively, as of earlier today, yeah, I think I'm 3 or 4 check-ins behind.
Oh, okay. I was wondering if you just stepped in thin air. I was like, you shouldn't be doing that.
Oh
I
yeah,
think.
as of like lunchtime today or something.
Oh, okay. I think I checked in a few. Okay. Does that make sense?
Um, but yeah, see, because I know what you're saying, and there's so much work gone into the animation system and it looks fucking gorgeous, and you really don't want to waste it. But I, I, I got to admit, my vote would go on to putting a lot of work into the first person camera, so that it's as accurate as possible to like the human field of view and things like that. Where you can actually see your body in the peripheral, and you can see your arms and stuff, and then just sort of be like, all right, this is the most realistic like first person view. The animations aren't tailored to look pretty in it and things like that. It's going to be a little bit hectic and a little bit chaotic, because in first person it is a little bit hectic and a little bit chaotic. And if you don't know what you're doing, if you're panicking, it's going to feel very fast paced and very difficult. But I think that would look sick. That'd be such a good option, and especially with like the real mocaps animation. So like all the arms and the body rotation and everything is accurate to what it actually would be. It would. I think if you spend enough time on getting the camera right, it would feel really good.
Oh, for sure.
But I do know what you're
Thing is,
saying
it just
about
wouldn't be as cool as the third person. That's the it's
I see.
because there's a thing with because the thing is as well. It also has to be better than Mirror's Edge, right? And better than Dying Light in first person.
I mean,
Like,
better
because
than
then
Dying
it's
Light's
like,
easy. Dying Light 2
yeah,
is easy anyway.
yeah.
Dying Light 1 was
Yeah.
good, but better than Dying Light 2 is easy.
Because like there's a way things feel in first person. It's just so different to third.
Yeah, but see, like,
And
so
like seeing your guy do it, like
I was running around in this, and this is a real broken version. Like, the camera's disconnected from me and things like that, and you can't really see properly. And even this it still plays really nicely. The gameplay still
yeah.
feels really good. And I think
I'm
you can
I'm, I'm
see
not
her
against
arms
that
and like
by
the
any
wobble
means.
in the front. But
Yeah.
the thing is, like, you say like it has to be better than like Mirror's Edge, for example, because that's if we was going to do like a first person
If you're gonna do it, you
parkour,
make
like
it.
Mirror's Edge is the bar,
Has to be.
basically.
Yeah, it has to be like
But
you don't add a feature that's shitter than other games that have the feature, because then it's like, what's the point?
But see, I don't know if I'd say Mirror's Edge is good because their first person's amazing.
Yeah,
Like,
obviously that 100%, but like the
the
mesh will have to change because you don't want to see the body half the time.
do you know what? I don't. No, you wouldn't want to see the body, but
because like then during the roll and like getting the camera actually good would actually be quite like
yeah, but
like
so
a
if
lot of
you
work, right? It's not. It's a lot of time and effort.
it's a ton
So
of
it's
work.
like,
I'm not about like 0.1 or anything like that. It's a ton of work. But
yeah.
if you
But even
get
later down the line, I'm like, all that effort could be put into something else. That's my, and then
But
just
it
be
would
like,
be
oh, you can record like you can record your line and then view it back in first person and
yeah,
get
but
to feel like you're doing
viewing it and
sort of
doing
like
it in first person are very different.
no 100%. Like,
And
I'm not saying it's not different, but they are different to play in the first place, and it's like,
there would be such different
yeah, because like, that's what I think. Like to emulate the GoPro, right? That's the vibe I would think. It's like it isn't like first person play. It's like first person like feed view. Like you have like a replay editor that you can transition to first person, and then you get the GoPro, and then you can add fish eyes and all that shit. You can want to like literally like what Joel says, and you can add all this stuff to it, and then you can look back. You can create clips that are in first person, and that would be just as cool as like visually looking it back. It'll be like, oh, it's so sick in first person,
it
or
would
like
be
I
very
wonder
cool.
what
But
this
I don't know
like.
if it'd be just as cool as doing it in first person.
No,
'Cause
probably not. But it's
it's a different
it then keeps
experience,
the
though.
game and what the game is as like a visual thing to like refine it, because then it's also like it could be like to get a very good first person could be like 6 months plus, right? To like get it very good, right? Like it's not a case of like we spend a couple weeks working on the camera and it works well. Like it just won't. It
No.
would take a very long time, and you're like all that effort could be going into like so many other areas of a more complete third person experience. And then at that point, you're just like, well, it's like, is that just a different game? Like, which in essence it is. Like, but then it's also like they do a lot of first person POV kind of vibes. Is this it is, but is that like a post line or is it pre line? Like, do you do it as you do it? And if so, like, they're two kind of separate games. And then if we have multiplayer, how do they play together and stuff like that? And
Well, yeah, but it would. I mean, the different views wouldn't need to be like replicated or anything. That would just be unique to be individuals who play it.
see, Joel is saying what I'm saying. Joel gets my thing. This was saying. I'm not saying that, but I was saying that what makes this game cool is the third person. Like that is the selling point of it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not
Because
wrong.
like if you're like this is like, oh, this is like, and then it'll immediately just be like, this is like Mirror's Edge, and it's like fuck. It's like yeah, to be compared to like a 2009 game or whatever.
Well,
It's like fuck.
the thing is, I don't think it would be, because the rest of the gameplay and like the makeup animations are at such a high level that if you could, assuming you could, we had the time to spare, and assuming you could get the first person camera to the level we wanted, to like that realistic level, it would be. Mirror's Edge is fun because it's arcadey, but we'd do like ours would be a very realistic version.
But what I'm saying is like that to get it to where it works like the third person is a game. It's a whole game. Like you're basically making a new game. Like the way the character moves, how you control the character, how you look at the character.
No,
Because like the motion matching stuff will change, right? Because it's like doing a 360 or like changes the direction. It's like it's not as all of a sudden direction changes become so less impactful if you're just always just looking straight. It's like my guy's just done a 360 spin, but I've always just been looking forward.
well,
And
no,
it's
but
like,
you
well,
wouldn't always be.
but yeah, but then the second you start following the movement, it becomes like generally it will become super. Like your screen will start spinning around, and you just can't like you can't visually. It's like you'll start to get like no, like you're looking at like shit. Too much is going on. So it's either you like
but
anchor the rotation with the camera, or you free it up, and then all the beautiful movement that the character's doing goes out the window. And then it's because that's why like first person games, it's like if you actually look what the character's doing, he's doing like just the most mundane shit because they don't see the character. And then once you remove it from the character, then you can see, because like what's so cool about the locomotion system is that you can see it from a third person perspective. Once you remove it, it's like we may as well not have motion matching. There's just no point. At that point, you then have to be, because it's then camera oriented, you'd have to be super precise with all the movements. Then you'd have to literally go away from a motion matching setup. And then at that point, it's like it's a new game.
But why would you have to go so far away? Why could you not keep the same system you're already on? What's up, Rog? Keep the same system you're already on, but just view it from a first person point.
But there's no point though. It's like you don't see the animation play. So it's like I have this beautiful spin, but my character does not see it. Like, what's the point in it? If that makes sense. Like, it's like seeing a climb up, but you don't see any of the climb up, and you just see the hands climb up, pop to the top, and then go up the wall. It's like,
but
look at but then it's like you could have done the shittest climb up animation, and it would be just as good as that animation there. You wouldn't even notice a difference.
No, but if you can see like the arms and everything, the same field of view you wouldn't in real life, where you can see basically from your shoulder forwards and your legs and everything, you're still seeing that very realistic representation of the movement. But it would go from being like the third person would be a very like aesthetic experience, and the first person would be a very intense experience.
but like it can't be intense to the point where you actually feel the motion, because you will get like, it will be too much. Like the balance there is like so tricky to strike with also allowing you to control like say the spins, right? So for doing just a 360 plant, right, that we could do now is the coolest thing, one of the coolest things you can do locomotion wise. Yeah, to do that in control, like the actual movement would be like your character would go and like initially it'd be like, oh, first time it's cool, and then it's like it becomes disorienting because you're like, my guys do. And then input wise, how do I input that with also the looking? So say I'm looking elsewhere and then my character's running in one direction and then does a 360. Do I spin facing the direction I'm looking, or do I spin and rotate to the character? And then say if, okay, the direction I look is your forward vector at all times, then is my spin, do I have to turn the camera around? And then it's like, what? Then the input becomes a bit sus. Like, how then do I have to like kill speed and then rotate the camera? And then how fast can the camera rotate? And then all that, yeah. That's what it's like, the complexity skyrockets. And then then it's like another game. Like you almost like, you may as well just like release the third person and then be like, make a first person stories game. Like, do you know what I mean? At that point, and just like copy over the gameplay stuff and then the game mode and all shit, and then just do a new character that is a first person character. Because I think we'll struggle to, with adding it, get the first person. Like it'll be cool and people are like, this is sick, but like we're like, could we release this final? And we won't be there for a very long time. And like every month we put into that is a month we could improve the third person experience, which is at the end of the day what we're selling.
Is this true?
I could be wrong. It could just be like super sick, and then Dada does some magic code and it's peng, and you're just like, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, that's annoying.
We won't know until we reach a point and decide.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't tell how much of just like my own personal preference bias is coming in on this, but I really, and it's probably a lot if I'm being honest, but I do really think that if, and I know it would take a ton of time and work, and that's time that could be more than likely spent, better spent elsewhere. But if you could get the camera to very realistic, like to be attached to the head, or maybe not the head for stability, but placed there and attached to like the neck or something, and have it very realistically represent what the human eye can see, and then leave all of the control system and the animation as is already. In my head, that plays equally as smooth as it already does, and you'd still be able to see the animations, and you'd still be able to. It would just give you like a slightly different angle, like a more intense experience, or slightly different experience. But I understand, 100%. I get what you're saying, and if like as soon as we attempted it, it was like, yeah, the control system needs to like change to accommodate it, I'd immediately step out and be like, yep, no, not worth it. Fuck that. Yeah. I don't know if I'm just, maybe I've just got this image locked in my head that's refusing to move, but I don't.
No, because I know what you're picturing, and it would be really cool, right? It would be really, really cool. Well, where my head is like, I'm like, is it more effort than it's worth, right? In terms of realistic scale of what we're trying to achieve here. Like, is it like what we're trying to achieve here? Is it a realistic goal to make both because I think there's something about, like, if we look at the state of first person games right now, right, and we're like, they haven't made a game in first person that looks as good as we're saying, there's a reason why. It's not that they, like, you know, with all the budget and all the devs that are very talented.
But you could say the same thing about everything we're doing in this game. If they haven't made a movement system this smooth, why? They haven't made a...
But no one's had no one's actually had the difference is that's never been the focus, like a third person movement system. But like they've been like, we need a very good first person movement system because this game is about first person movement, right? But like, no one's been like third person. We need the locomotion of the character to be super fluid and everything to blend perfectly. Because with first person, it's like, we don't give a shit about that, because it doesn't really matter. If you notice, like if the character feet doesn't always 100% align all the time. Yeah, it doesn't fucking matter because
Yeah, you can't see it anyway.
you don't look at it half the time. Or if your body goes into the wall, it's like, who gives a shit. It could be very much like a doable thing. It's just I think it just comes down to like time, effort, and like
cost reward type thing.
I think that's what it is, right? I think at the end of the day, the first person is more of a gimmick than a actual like gameplay thing that we've really like put like a lot of time, effort, and like consideration into. It's more like, this looks cool, throw up in there.
Fair. What's happening in the chat?
Oh, we could do it and it looks sick, and we're like, fuck, David, you're so stupid, mate. Obviously this was on. I'll be like, yeah, man, that's what I said. You also don't know.
They're fair considerations and concerns to have. You'd be more stupid to not have the concerns going into it, by mine. So
yeah, Cyberpunk's a perfect example, actually, Joe. Like, if they had made Cyberpunk in third person, my god, that game.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh my god. Like, oh my god. I wouldn't even have thought of playing it first, but like, imagine like using the freaking
But I think that comes down to what type of game.
Sandevistan in third person. Like, imagine that. Just how sick that would be.
Yeah.
I want it. Like, I want a third person. Like,
but like that comes down to kind of what type, because so much of that game, like other RPGs, like Oblivion, like Skyrim, like Fallout, so much of the focus isn't on the movement system. You could really argue even Cyberpunk, which has a better movement system than most RPGs, it's not great. Like, it's fine and it's good for what it is, and it accommodates the rest of the game. But as a movement system, it's not great. But because the movement system for SPP is so refined already, and it's only going to get better, I don't know how much. I think first person would work quite well because it's so focused on having a very well-made, refined system. Because the thing that messes you up in first person is the jankiness. But if there is no jankiness, first person's sick as hell, and it almost feels like actually being in the game, controlling your own body, or controlling a better body, rather.
No, 100%. Like, because I'm definitely not denying the coolness of first person, but I think the angle I'm looking at it from is, what is the game? Like, what is the game, right?
Yeah.
And it's a third person open world, like third person parkour experience, right? That is the game. And like, no matter what we do, how much time spent, it will always be a third person thing.
Yeah.
So it's then, at what point do we warrant effort put into a first person beyond it being more than a gimmick, and actually being like this gameplay thing that's like, we theoretically, right, we could reach a point where we're like, fuck it, like, a couple devs work on it for a while. Like, why not? And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, and it works, it works.
We get someone new in, and we're just like, right, your first project, sort the first person camera out, pat them on the back, like, we'll see you in 3 months.
3 months, and then 3 months later, they're like, guys, I spent all my time. It's like, you know what? Probably wouldn't use it, but thank you.
Thank you for. It's like a summer intern, and we're like, might not use it, but thanks for your time. Have fun in school.
Thank you for your time. No, yeah, it's.
Oh, also, currently that's what I've got the whatever the fuck we're calling it now up to.
Yes, why you are basically showcasing every possible worst
That's what you also
scenario
ever.
Can
you grab layers?
Yeah, I'll grab it in a sec. I'm showing you this. I'm gonna put the shade on, go get some food,
everything.
and I'll be back in a minute. But yeah, okay. Before
All these
I'll stop
beautiful
running
fixes,
around.
and Guns like, you know, nah.
I'll stop running around. Before I dip out though, what are we thinking of this?
What? But how
What
does it work?
do you mean? How does it work?
Oh, as like the visual or for the UI,
Yeah. That would just
the icons
you pop
and the
it in and out.
text. Um, this
Settings.
sucks.
But
The
like,
what?
what happened to the hint system?
That is the hint system. It's just being used slightly differently.
Mhm. That looks like a complete different render from the controller. It looks like the black arrows are like 2D images. Oh yeah,
Yeah, they are. Yeah, because I was trying to fade this out, but I keep these
Yeah, okay, but
hang on, look,
like, why everything is so low res? Like, is it by 2 pixels by 2 pixels?
it's an exaggeration.
So the next to spotty thing, can we make that just like white text, sort of like the stamina flow, just like that? And then can we move it from underneath the thing to like next to Josh or something?
Yeah, so I did have it there originally, but something felt
Because underneath the stamina
off.
bar, it just looks a bit. It just doesn't look. It looks a bit awkward. It just looks a bit oddly placed, though.
I see. It felt more or being next to Josh.
I don't know. It's something that you don't really understand that those two things are the D-pad. If you don't put it into into a context, it looks like some
I think we
relatively
also need to.
fancy. I don't know.
I think like that is say like we need to have all D-pad buttons on there, like, but then the ones that we're not using maybe fade out from like a bit into it, so that you're like, okay, those don't do anything, and then the what's it called? And then
Yeah,
also,
now it looks maybe more like.
Is there like a more? I know it's the PS5 controller. There's something about like the visual of the square one that just looks cleaner. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, your shapes are off for the D-pad. The D-pad is go very, like, yours are a lot round, and the D-pad is a lot more squarish with very, very, like, relatively small bevels. But I mean, surely there are some reference. There are some high res reference online, no, to the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, that looks like that one looked a lot better, right? I mean, the shape is still off, but at least I can understand it's a controller. I don't know if that is too much, but.
Oh, what? So you can actually see the casing? You mean?
Hmm.
I don't. What? So
Yeah,
with,
I think
all
we
of the D-pads,
either.
or with you can see the casing? You mean?
Sorry, I didn't get anything of that.
Did you say it looks better when you've got all 4 D-pads, or looks better when you see the casing?
So, guys, like, you were breaking down a lot. It looks better with the whole, like, with the faded out gamepad. Well, I mean, I don't know how it looks because I haven't seen it yet, but it has more context. But also, you got an uncanny ability to get every wrong tangent in aligning text and images. Like, it's pretty accurate, your ability.
Do you know what? It's funny you say that, right? Because it There is actually something I'm not going to use the word wrong because I don't think it is. There's something different with either my eyes or my brain to every design rule because I have, over the years, every single marketing, client, and design person I've ever worked with has always disagreed with my font alignment, with my text alignment. Without fail, every single project, I've never had a project ever where my choice of text alignment looked good to anybody else. It only ever looks good to me. And it makes it fucking impossible to make to do things with text because I think it looks good.
No, but just do the opposite of what you're thinking.
Yeah, but do you know how
Just do what you think looks shit. And it'll probably look
I've
right.
tried doing that, and do you know how soul crushing it is to work like that?
Yeah, I know.
It's less soul crushing to just get the feedback and be like, I don't like it, move it. I'm like, all right, that's fair. But actively working against what you like by your own volition is soul crushing.
Yeah, yeah, it's tough. Yeah.
So there's also something just sus with the font that just looks wrong.
I think the camera's
And
tweaked as well.
And the black outline, it just looks a bit like word arty, if you get my vibe.
Do we use the black outline anywhere else?
I don't
Yeah,
think so.
we do. We use it for
You do?
the main tutorial hint.
Where?
If I hang on, let me just connect it quick for the test.
But usually you don't want to use like when the UI is so clean, outline is an outlier. You know, like it just shouldn't be there because then you go too many things at once. Yeah, that one shouldn't really be there.
Yeah.
Oops, press the wrong button.
I mean, if you follow the good design principles.
Don't. But the whole night we was working on this, that outline was there the entire time, and it didn't trigger you once.
No, it did always trigger me, but I did like
we
were on like 20 billion different things, so I didn't even want to. But now that it's a bit more quiet, I can go down the list of priorities and saying that like usually, like if you have like a certain style where is an outline-ish like style, then yeah, no, you just mix and match and it looks good. But here is a very sort of like sterile and minimalistic thing. So like the moment you try to mix those two things, they clash each other because the style is not coherent with the rest of the thing, right? Especially like the worst thing is like using it very like infrequently, and that just really kills the thing. Because why did you use that thing there? It's like you didn't use it like 99% of the time, and then you use it there. It just looks almost off. Right?
Is even there like the placement of the how to do A and then the cat pass below it just feels wrong. Like visually, it looks like.
Yeah, I think I'd moved something because that was more evenly spaced between the how to do A and then the instructions. So I think I'd nudged it.
But even the how to do A, it maybe like we just like because like the wording and like placement of it, it's always just a bit like the visual of it looks. Yeah, I don't even know how to put it. But I guess we could address that for like. But I guess for the session marker, which I guess we are doing now. I don't know what it. Yeah, I don't know what it. I don't know if it's my head, the different type of D-pad that I'm envisioning, but there's one that just looks a lot cleaner, like shape wise. Then, because this one just looks a little weird. Like I don't know what it is. Like, and
yeah,
all of them being disconnected.
It's a lot faster, right?
Yeah, and I mean, and then all the icons being disconnected and not being on one thing, and then the green, it just, yeah. Because the thing is, I know it's like it's the PS5 D-pad, like 100%. But I'm almost like, is that the right D-pad to use? Because, but I guess if all the other inputs are on the PS5, it kind of has to be. But it just looks fat. That like it just looks chubby. And it's probably not even wrong, but it just looks hella chubby. The all the buttons.
Oh, I think I've made that area too small. Or I've started rounding off too early.
But why they are so tall?
So tall.
Yeah, I mean they're huge.
They're literally massive.
I mean,
They look
at least
accurate.
they're not that. They're not massive. Like they are off from the reference image, but they're not as far off as you guys are making.
No, but like if you look it from the side, like the real one is like a third of that like height.
Oh, you mean how far out from the controller it is?
Yeah.
Oh, that's because I'm offsetting so that I can, when I press it, like, and I press it in on the control rig, because I haven't like actually cut a hole in the casing. So if they're too close to the casing, they kind of just vanish and clip into it.
Yeah.
So I've done this
So-
rather than the extra geometry of cutting the hole in the casing. This way they can
Yeah.
sink back and it doesn't clip weirdly.
You are missing the bevel on all of them, but like those ones, right? They are and they're also super mega tall. The real one are like the ratio is about 2 to 1, like the length to the height ratio. Here is like here they just look some cubes in there. In the real one, they are like very much rectangles.
So these are too, like this top one, for example, just look only at the top one. It's too wide.
Yeah,
Okay.
because like the arrowy bit is quite sharp, and that is like very fast. Yeah.
The thing is,
But also, right, the whole thing is covered in glass, so yeah, you need to give that.
right, yeah, okay. How much effort do we want to go into to making it perfectly accurate? Because the original instruction I had was to get it close enough that you could recognize it as PS5 controller.
Yeah.
Assuming
No,
we get picked up
that
by
is still
Sony,
the aim.
we'd get the actual assets and like a model from them.
Yeah.
Properly.
See, yeah, that is still the aim, but like because you're not seeing the rest of the controller, you just see those 4 basically squares on the thing. It just loses the context, right? So you need to be a lot more accurate there.
Okay, I'll
The other thing is, right, it really looks off, right? You know the small arrows inside the, the small decals, right, for the arrows. They are not on that level. They are at the bottom of the surface, and the whole like cage around it is transparent. So you got that nice parallax effect, right? Here you place the decals on the top, so like those look off because in the real one those are like in. I don't know if it makes sense. Like if you look at the image of
the button dips in slightly.
No, it's not the button. It's like the actual decals, right? You know, like the small gray arrows there for decals, right?
Yeah.
Like they're not splattered on the top of that. They are like that. The whole thing is transparent, and the decal sits like at the very end of it, not on the top of it.
That's going to be a pain in the ass to recreate. Okay.
Yeah, but that is what it makes it look weird because it has a weird. Yeah.
All right. Well,
it just looks like a standstill in there.
I'll start with adjusting the shape and then I'll go on to that.
Yeah.
I've gone to look at that afterwards. I'm actually going to take my break and get my food now. Like I said nearly an hour ago. I don't know why I thought I'd be like, oh yeah, I'll just show them this quickly. let them stew on it whilst I have my break and then we'll talk when I come back. I don't know why I thought that would happen.
It never would.
Alright.
Team STORROR is a group of friends
Right,
that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
Places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
Diving off bridges in Basel,
running around deserts,
running away from monkeys on rooftops in India.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
connecting with your mates across the world, free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
training, doing new challenges,
evading security,
time trials,
massive roof gaps, slides through flumes, huge wall runs.
Become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious animation technology.
taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
Completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
There'll be a process of kind of character progression, learning the skills and abilities that you need.
Through the tutorials, sharing techniques.
That's it.
Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the parkour community is similar to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding. And having a parkour game on major consoles is going to completely change the sport.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
Places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
diving off bridges in Basel,
running around deserts,
running away from monkeys on rooftops in India.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative,
constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
Connecting with your mates across the world, free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
training, doing new challenges,
evading security,
time trials,
massive roof gaps, slides through flumes, huge wall runs.
Become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious animation technology.
Taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
Completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
There'll be a process of kind of character progression, learning the skills and abilities that you need.
Through the tutorials, sharing techniques.
That's it.
Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the parkour community is similar to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding. And having a parkour game on major consoles is going to completely change the sport.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
Places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
diving off bridges in Basel,
running around deserts,
running away from monkeys on rooftops in India.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative,
constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
Connecting with your mates across the world, free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
Training, doing new challenges.
Evading security.
time trials.
Massive roof gaps, slides through flumes, huge wall runs.
Become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious animation technology,
Taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
There'll be a process of kind of character progression, learning the skills and abilities that you need.
Through the tutorials, sharing techniques.
That's it.
Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the parkour
better.
community is similar to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding.
Yeah, it's a
And
bit,
having a
it's a bit
parkour
rough,
game on
isn't it?
major consoles
ropey,
is going to
alright.
completely change the sport.
Yeah. You got some problems there.
Yeah, I really do.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills
Yeah,
that
maybe we
allows
can
us to take
find
on a lot
some-
of crazy projects.
Places we never would have gone without the team.
Something.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
Diving off bridges in Basel.
Running around deserts.
running away from monkeys on rooftops in India.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
Constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights
What?
into the gaming world.
When does
Never
it go
been a
wrong?
project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
Connecting with your mates across the world, free roaming,
He doesn't
multiplayer
like the
options.
back to
On
back.
the
He really
starting
does
line
like the
with
back
like
to
all of your
back.
mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions.
Oh, that could
Training,
be
doing new challenges.
an
Evading
issue
security.
with
Massive roof gaps, slides through flumes,
that could be an
huge
issue
wall
with
runs.
the
Become immersed to a level at which you
with,
actually feel
with
like
the
you're a
face
part of
matching.
this sport.
So the face
We
matching
wanna
would go.
build into the game the
a little
most
bit
ambitious
bonkers
animation
because
technology,
You won't
Taking
have
the
an
motion
accurate
capture to a whole
face,
new
okay?
level.
So
completely fluid,
the back
so
to
that
back,
it
it would
feels
just
exactly like
blend
you're doing parkour in real life.
pretty
People
much at the
always
random
say, I
time.
really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
And
There'll be a process of kind of character
and if you
progression,
couple that with
learning the
the
skills and
initialization, we
abilities that you
surely
need.
Through the
Pretty
tutorials,
good.
sharing techniques.
That's it.
Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the parkour community is similar to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding. And having a parkour game on major consoles is going to completely change the sport.
When it goes inside, it's just
Oh, you know when
Team
you
STORROR is a
said
group
that
of friends
you
that grew
cannot
up in the south of
update,
England
you
that
couldn't
basically
update
share a passion for parkour and
the
adventure.
skill warping, right?
Happen to
Because
have
it
a
wasn't
massively
working.
diverse range
And
of skills that
Yeah.
allows us to take on a lot
if
of
you use
crazy projects.
if
Places
you
we
use
never would have gone without the team.
initialization,
Doing
that
parkour
will
in
work.
skyscrapers in Asia,
Diving off bridges in Basel.
Like that
running away from monkeys on
like
rooftops in
runtime
India.
scaling
Always
will
thinking
work
bigger,
because
trying to be more
it will
creative.
Constantly
only
looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense.
Like,
for us to
it will
set our
always be
sights into
active
the
on
gaming
one
world.
There's never been a project that has
montage
got us
instead of
as
two.
excited as this.
The problem
STORROR Parkour Pro is
That is
the
that
first parkour game solely about
the
parkour and its culture.
animontage will
Connecting with your
more
mates across the world,
Um,
free roaming, multiplayer options.
will
Starting
scale
with, like, all of your
only
mates to
on
have some
one
crazy race across town.
montage.
An
And
open world exploration
the
game where
standard
there'll be
blend
missions.
always
training, doing new challenges,
elaborates two
evading
montages
security,
at the
time
same time because
trials,
it literally
Massive
a
roof
straight
gaps,
blend
slides
between
through
two
flumes, huge wall
two
runs.
montages.
Become immersed to a level at which
The
you actually feel like you're a
initialization
part of this sport.
always work on only
We
one.
want to build into the game the most
Only one
ambitious
montage.
animation
And it's
technology,
also quicker.
Taking the motion capture to a
But it
whole new
also
level.
makes it
completely fluid
work
so that
when
it feels
you-
exactly like you're doing parkour
when you
in
want to
real life.
update in
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would
real,
love to be able to try
real
parkour.
time
There'll
because
be a process of kind of character
yeah, always
progression,
sure that there
learning
is
the
only one
skills and
montage
abilities
that
that
is
you
playing
need.
Through the
that
tutorials, sharing techniques.
route.
That's it.
Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the
it's very
parkour
tricky
community is similar
because
to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding. And having a parkour game on major consoles is going to completely change the sport.
Yeah, the penalty to pay for I think the
STORROR
standard
is a group
blend
of
does
friends that grew
not.
up in the south of England that basically share a passion
There is some
for parkour and
complexities there
adventure.
in the blend that I think
a
the
massively diverse range of
Unreal
skills
Engine
that
did a
allows
really.
us to take on a lot of
I think
crazy projects.
they're not really
Places we
doing
never
it
would have gone without the
correctly. I
team.
think there is some oddities and
Doing parkour in
the only way to
in
make
Asia,
it work
diving off
without
bridges
the
in Basel,
glitchiness
running around
is
deserts,
running away from monkeys on rooftops in India.
Always thinking
Civilization,
bigger,
so
trying to be more creative.
Constantly
bit of a
looking for
bummer,
another
but-
adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
30 sauce.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
connecting with your mates across the world, free roaming, multiplayer
as long as it
options.
doesn't
On the
glitch,
starting line with like all of your mates to have
this
some
could be okay
crazy
for
race
now.
across
It's just
town.
like if
An
everything
open
is
world
fluid, but
exploration
it's just the
game
ball
where
is a
there'll be
little off. Well,
Training,
yeah,
doing new challenges.
Evading security.
it's not great,
Time
but
trials,
at least
Massive roof
it
gaps,
doesn't get
slides
it.
through flumes, huge wall runs.
Become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious
Okay, I
animation
fixed
technology.
Taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
Completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
There'll be a process of kind of character progression, learning the skills and abilities that you need.
Through the tutorials, sharing techniques.
That's it.
Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the parkour community is similar to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding. And having a parkour game on major consoles is going to completely change the sport.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
Places we never would have gone without the team.
Doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
Diving off bridges in Basel.
Running around deserts.
running away from monkeys on rooftops in India.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
Constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
Connecting with your mates across the world, free roaming, multiplayer options.
On the starting line with like all of your mates to have some crazy race across town.
An open world exploration game where there'll be missions,
Training, doing new challenges.
Evading security.
time trials.
Massive roof gaps, slides through flumes, huge wall runs.
Become immersed to a level at which you actually feel like you're a part of this sport.
We want to build into the game the most ambitious animation technology.
Taking the motion capture to a whole new level.
Completely fluid so that it feels exactly like you're doing parkour in real life.
People always say, I really want to be able to do this, or I would love to be able to try parkour.
There'll be a process of kind of character progression, learning the skills and abilities that you need.
Through the tutorials, sharing techniques. Our goal is to make STORROR Parkour Pro the most progressive urban sports game ever.
The effect that this could have on the parkour community is similar to what the Tony Hawk's franchise did for skateboarding. And having a parkour game on major consoles is going to completely change the sport.
Team STORROR is a group of friends that grew up in the south of England that basically share a passion for parkour and adventure.
We happen to have a massively diverse range of skills that allows us to take on a lot of crazy projects.
Places we never would have gone without the team.
doing parkour in skyscrapers in Asia,
diving off bridges in Basel,
Running around deserts.
running away from monkeys on rooftops in India.
Always thinking bigger, trying to be more creative.
constantly looking for another adventure.
It kind of makes perfect sense for us to set our sights into the gaming world.
There's never been a project that has got us as excited as this one.
STORROR Parkour Pro is the first parkour game solely about parkour and its culture.
Connecting with your mates.
I know what I've got to do. Okay, some crazy stuff going on in this bit here. I know why it does that. I know why it does it. Why is the capsule small? Why does the capsule change? That's really sus. Okay, well that's an immediate. So this is already very wrong. Now, it shouldn't do any of this, but it's because I know exactly why it's wrong. Let me fix that first of all. Yeah, where do you change the capsule? Because the capsule changing size is causing problems for a lot of the.
Do you mean when it stays at the
It's going
side
into the
like
wall because
one?
the capsule is changing size. I'm like, why is it changing? I'm like, what the fuck?
I just fixed a bug about it, but show me when that happens.
Give me 1 second. Give me 5 minutes. I'm just gonna fix quickly this
Yeah.
one of my filters I do. I should realize something wrong with it.
I mean, I might just check in this fix because I tested and this was good.
So here, where is the take off surface? Ah, here we go. So yeah, it's not 0. That's wrong, because then if that point we need to say it's actually going to be it's that. There we go. That's going to be correct. Minus the thing, so it shouldn't actually be 0. Oh, that's stupidity. If you think it's too close, then you need to check not from where you at, because that's fine on flat ground, but it doesn't work on that scenario that we just saw.
I noticed that with latest, did you change the velocity filter? It's just keep.
I go back and forth on a couple different things. Like
Okay.
I'm currently experimenting with the priorities on the XY to try and minimize some sliding of the feet. Sorry, the latest, I'm gonna add some changes as well now. Some more fixes actually to it. Okay, so hope like now it shouldn't, because before you could actually still climb in midair, which is just very wrong now. Yeah, now you can't. Perfect. Okay, cool. Filters them all out. Okay, that actually works now. Fuck, thank God.
Okay, if you grab latest, there's the one of the capsule fixes. I don't know if it's the same one that you are experiencing.
Cool. The change I made, that's important. Cool, I'll grab it in a second. Actually, yeah, let me grab it now. 2 seconds. Well, before I get rid of that's taken off in climb. Alright. Go rebuild. Hopefully that combined with this, we should get some better results in this area there. And then really need to fix the antical climb and then sort out the collisions a better. These are really the last few big problems, actually. I think about it. It's Cantic and climb. If I can sort out the fine ledge, what the fuck is doing?
I've really made a mistake here with getting food. I didn't realize what the time was. I need to go to bed soon. Sitting here eating a bacon bagel. Make bad choices.
Do you stay on site wherever you are?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so when I first started, I used to do only the night shift. And then when COVID hit, because there was nobody else in the building, we needed 24 hours. And there was only me and one other security guard. It was way less petrol, way less driving if we just done week on, week off. And we set up basically a little flat in one of the offices. And we'd just come in and we'd live here for a week and then we'd switch because we were the only ones in the building, so it didn't matter. And we've kind of still kept the same pattern now. It's not I don't do a full week anymore because the hours are too much. I just couldn't handle it. But yeah, when I'm in for 3-4 days in a row.
Okay, so is it okay? So you just stay in like one of the rooms. Okay, so and what is it that your security on? Is it just like a warehouse, like storage space for something that you're protecting, or was it?
It's a server house for an IT company /
I
offices.
see.
Well,
Okay, so you don't handle that. You're just like, yeah.
I don't really have to do in the day. I have to deal with deliveries and stuff and clients. In the evening, I just have to be here. Nothing ever happens to this building. In 5 years, nothing's ever happened. But yeah, I've got like a fully fitted kitchen, shower, bathroom, and all that.
So cool.
Yeah, it's chill. It's really weird.
And how much do they pay you for? How much do they pay you for that? Considering you're there 24/7.
So, I get paid minimum wage. I get paid £9.50 an hour, but I clock.
Yeah,
depending
your
on
number of hours
the
is
month,
ridiculous.
a horrendous amount of hours.
Yeah, that's what I was about to thinking. I was like, Jesus Christ, the hours would be crazy.
I clock slightly less now, like I say, because I dropped my hours because it was too much. So now I think I clock between like 250 and 300 hours a month, depending on how the month works out. Between me and the other guy, because we do week on, week off. So if it's like an unfortunate month, I might get like a week less work, like half a week less work. When during COVID, I was clocking like 400 to 450 hours a month or something. It's ridiculous.
Crazy.
Yeah, I mean, COVID was good for me. I made bank.
Yeah, I can imagine.
But it's weird though, because I don't really do anything. Like I say, I have to do with deliveries occasionally and clients, but it's chill. I don't have any of the normal work stresses you would expect. But when I'm in the building, I exist at a really, really low stress level permanently, and it never stops for 3-4 days straight. So I might only be at like 2% stress, but you try and maintain that. It's like Chinese water drip torture. You try and maintain that for 3-4 days. By the time I go home, I'm so fucked. It takes me like 2 days to recover.
Why is it the stress level there 2%?
Because you just never quite turn off. It's not like being at home.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, you just
when I sleep, I'll wake up 3-4 times through the night just because like the wind will hit the building and it'll creak and I'll wake up because my brain's still in work mode. It never quite turns off.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
And like even sat here every now and then, I'll just move my headset so I can hear if there's anything here, and it's super low level stuff, but over a really long period of time.
And you're allowed to sleep, right? It's not like
yeah, I don't go like 3-4 days without sleep.
So you just mean you just have to be there in case there's like a loud bang and you wake up and be like, yo.
Yeah, in case the alarm goes off or someone tries to break in, or if a client needs to come in for an emergency to work on a server or something. No.
Hey, that's actually quite codge. That's quite nice. What a perfect job.
Oh, this job was a god. Without this job, I wouldn't be at Hits because I wouldn't have had the time. Like, if I had a normal job, I wouldn't have had the time to learn 3D properly or interact in the SPP community the way I did. This job was supposed to be a placeholder, not placeholder, a stopgap, which has ended up being a very long stopgap. It's been like a 5-year stopgap,
Yeah,
but
but-
it served the
yeah,
purpose
geez.
perfectly.
Yeah, it's not very. Yeah, it's very like calm. But like, yeah, it's a good situation.
It's a weird switch from my previous job though, because the one before I worked in a prison as a guard.
Yes.
That was super high levels of stress for a really short amount of time.
Yeah, I'm done, bro. I ain't doing that thing.
That was the complete other end of the spectrum.
Missed me. You can't miss me with that. No, thank you.
It was so awkward as well because so when I got sold that job, like in the interview process and that, because it was a juniors prison, so it was between 12 and 18, or I think they had to leave at 18, so it was like between 12 and then almost 18. It was sold as like a last step before these kids were going to prison. So it was ones that like you could actually help and they needed talking to and they needed like, it was sold as more of a care position than a guard position.
Like a juvenile detention, yeah.
Which I was
Kind of
really
vibe.
good at. Like when we done the role playing and the interviews and stuff. And anytime I worked one-on-one with the lads in there, I was really, really good because I could handle the connection and the helping and talking through stuff. I did it really well. Problem was, it wasn't that. It was more like working in an actual prison where most of the inmates were 16, 17, and I was 20. You don't really demand respect against people 4 years younger than you. So,
a little bit, be like, yo, listen, mother.
yeah, so I arguably had more issues with the lads than most of the guards did because I was the youngest guard there. I was the closest to the inmates age, so nobody respected me. So I got attacked a lot.
Hey, last man.
That's fine. I never really got hurt. So
I got attacked a lot, but it was fine. Honestly, I'm okay.
no, it's
No, I'm joking.
it was like stupid, like angry teenager attacks. There was never any planning or sense to it, so I was always fine.
Yeah, they're just keep hormones going crazy.
Yeah.
It's like I hate it. I hate the world.
Yeah. Like I think the worst one I ever got that was actually directed at me was I got stabbed in the arm with a pen, and that was it. It's like, all right. That sounds worse than it was. It didn't really leave a mark.
Yeah. Like, hey man, that's my favorite pen. What the fuck?
That's fine.
Kyle, put the pen down. You're not my dad.
You don't actually know how close you are.
Yeah. Kyle. Oh my god. Fine. I wasn't even gonna stab you with it. I was just gonna poke you a little.
The thing is, most of the majority of the lads in there, we had a couple from up north, from like Manchester and Liverpool, but most of them were from different areas of London. We had a lot of South London lads in there, actually. There's a lot of South London in there, which was not great. But, yeah. So that was fun. So yeah, this job was a nice break after that. And now,
Nice.
now I'm at Hits, and life's looking
Nice.
good.
Yeah, man. We're all gonna be millionaires soon anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah, we are. I'm actually so excited for when when this is our proper full-time job and there's nothing else and we're actually on it.
Mate, you're telling me.
It's gonna be so good.
It was like, hey, David. Yeah, like, fuck it. I don't need a normal job. No, my mate's like, hey, you coming out? No, motherfucker. I'm broke. Like, hey, do you want to go on holiday? Let me think. With what?
Yeah, we were.
You can
I got
go
it.
and send me pictures. So
Is
become a
this your?
recluse in my room.
So will Hits be your first job?
No, I've worked loads of jobs. Like, well,
Oh,
during uni, before uni, I've had loads of work. Like, and I actually got a new one. So like, basically because like I was getting to the point where I was like, well, so before I was playing semi-pro rugby, right? Was all right. Like, it was actually I was getting a couple £100 a week to just train and play. They were covering my travel, paying for me to play. It was actually calm. Like
it's not bad.
it wasn't a load of money, but it was like about £1,000 or so a month just to play rugby, which is like I would have done it anyway, right? So it's like, here's money to do it. I'm like, oh, like sweet.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that was like, okay, you know, with that, you know, I don't mind being poor for, you know, however many years it takes, but like because I believe in the project and all that stuff.
Mm.
And then I started getting migraines. I was a bit like, and it's like, and it probably like, I also, part of me thinks the stress of also not having like a normal job and earning normal money and like
Yeah, maybe.
was partly played into it because my stress levels were just generally higher. And then so there was that, and then I started getting migraines, and I was a bit like, So then after I had to stop rugby, there was a period of time where I was like, I have no incomings, right? Like, because this is when also we were working a lot of the game, and I was like, there is zero income. I'm like, I was like,
It's not ideal.
But I still have outgoings. I'm like, like, you know, you have to pay for like subscriptions, like little things like Netflix, like buy my lunches and stuff like that. So like, you know, like I have a girlfriend, like there's stuff you have to pay for, like, and I'm just like, So one month I messaged Dad, I was like, yeah, have we made anything this month? He's like, yeah, I think like 750. He's like, I'll take what I get. But yeah, and then so recently I got like I got like a weekend one, like a part-time, like I got it recently. I literally had my first shift was like last week or this week on Monday. But it's not on Monday, it's just weekends. It's like 15 hours a week or some shit, but it's nice because it's with like, it's in Samsung in the store in London. They've got like in King's Cross. And you're just like an experience specialist. Like you help with the events, and then you have to go to some retreat to learn about sound. It just sounds or whatever, and then it's paid, thankfully. And then you just sell products, but you're not really trying to sell it. Like it's not a store to make, like the store isn't there to sell products. It's more as like it's got like a coffee, like a cafe, like a coffee shop. It's got like a study space. It's got like a gaming bus with like these huge, this unreal monitors, and it's got like Europe's largest curved screen, and it's got like a racing simulator. And you just basically like you either handle the gaming bus, or you're handling the race simulator, or you're just like greeting people, or you're like by the work area, just like chatting and stuff. So it's quite a chill, like, I mean, you chat to people, right? It's actually quite a vibe. Like when I was there, it's quite a nice like workspace, to be fair, and it's more social than being. Because when I was looking for jobs, I was like, I tried to actively look for something that was like, let me not be in my room, like on the screen.
Give you an excuse to see people and talk to humans.
Yeah, because before rugby was like, okay, force me to get out of the house. But I was like, let me not do something where I'm in the house. Let me actually socialize, because I don't want to be in my room 24/7. Because otherwise, I generally was just spending every hour every day working on this, and like it got to a point where it was actually unhealthy. Like, but then so yeah, just doing that, and it's actually it's like 12 something an hour, and 15 hours a week, and it just whatever. It's just a little bit just to be like, and then it's nice because then in the daytime, I just do that, and then in the evenings I can work on the game or like stay at my girlfriend's and chill with her, and then on Sunday I finish at 5, so it's like just continue working on the game. It's just like normally on the weekend I don't really start until 5 or some shit anyway, so it's just it doesn't really affect my working hours on this, but it's a bit of money to buy me over. Yeah. But obviously it's not like a normal working, because then it's so fucking annoying, because like I have mates who are like doing jobs that I'm like, that's so fucking easy. Like, oh David, you're well overqualified, and they're earning like in like exponentially more. I'm there like, like I have a mate who literally like I won't even say the company is, but like I wrote him a tool, for his job in Python. It was like it's like handle Excel, do some stuff like with like consolidation, and because they asked him to reverse engineer some VB thing. I was like, bro, I was like, just do it in like Python. We could make it like a couple of days, and like you can add like a GUI and all the shit to make it look whatever. And then you can, it's super commented, super open. You can use all your, then you could throw in like machine learning libraries, right? And then just do whatever shit you want to do with it. And be like, eventually you can just get it to do for you, and it does all the thing, and whatever you want to do. He had no clue how to do that, of course. I was like, oh, I was meant to help him learn to do it, but it got
You
to
just
a
ended
point,
up doing it instead.
yeah, I was like, this is so long. I'm just gonna fucking do it. Oh
Well, you just worked out.
no, sorry, ignore me. No, sorry, ignore me. Yeah, so I just ended up doing it, and then they were like, "Oh my god, this is so good!" Like, get like a pay rise and like shit. I'm just like, mate, I'm just like, what do you mean? I'm just like, what the actual?
He gets a pay rise, and you're like, "Fuck off! I wrote that in 36 hours."
I was just like, mate, and you're already getting paid like an actual decent salary, and I'm here, mate, like scrounging for freaking whatever, and I'm just like, oh, what the actual fuck?
Outrageous.
And then there's other people. I'm just like, what is your job? And she's like, I'm a consultant for this health med tech. I'm like, what? I was like, yeah, we just help that. I'm just like, you get paid 40K. I'm like, what do you do? And they can't even tell me what they do. And I'm just like, they're like, she's like, I don't really know. I don't do much. I'm like, oh, don't even, oh, stop speaking to me. I lose my head. But to each their own, and everyone's got to get their own bag, their own way. And I'm never going to hate on
Nah, I mean,
someone
shit.
else
If you're
getting their
getting
money.
paid and you're
It
chilling,
does suck, though.
so many jobs
Be worth
treat you like
it.
shit. If you find one where you can just chill and get paid, if you're happy, why not?
It's made me not only rely less, but also just appreciate money less and just be like, it doesn't mean shit. It just is well.
Nah. You need a certain amount just for like survival, but
Just for survival, yeah. Beyond that, it's just like, as long as I can take a train, see people, and to do general life stuff. So, yeah. But yeah, it's been a long old, almost 2 years now. Fuck.
is that how long you've been with Hits now? 2 years.
When I joined April 2021, I think I joined earlier, so I was with them for over 2 years now. But I started actually working on the game it'll be 2 years in like a month or two.
Okay. I can't remember let me check what month I could join, because I must be coming up on a year soon.
Who years on SPP? Fucking hell. It's changed so much since as well.
We should go back and like just for fun, we should play like 0.01 or something.
Man, it's such a crap game. It's not even a game. It's just like
It's weird.
play
Like,
an animation and disabled all collisions.
in my head, it still feels like it was good. I know it won't be, but when I think back to like 0.04, for example, I'm like, it's good, right? That was good, wasn't it? Right? February. Yeah, shit. I'm coming up on a year. Oh, sorry, Derek. I didn't see a message. Just got back from the city. You're hammered on a Thursday. What? He's going out on a session Thursday. That's some uni shit. I'm not here for that. That's like you're part of the lacrosse society or something.
What's that? I'm on freaking Top Chat. Wait,
I don't know how to change it on Restream.
what comment are you looking at?
There's a
Are you on
message from
Twitch as well?
Delix. No, it's from YouTube. I'm on both on
Oh.
Restream, but
Just go back to see how it is. Oh, Hamid, you saying on Thursday? That's what I thought
Yeah.
you said. Hamid on
He's getting hammered
Thursday.
on Thursday.
You know that's
That's-
a London thing as well.
nah, that's some uni sports society shit. That's like you're part of the. No offense, but you're part of like the rugby society or
Just
something.
getting drunk for no reason all the time. It's like, why are you even drunk? He's like,
It's 5 o'clock somewhere, dude. It's 1 in the afternoon. String you.
1 o'clock. How the fuck did you go through the wall there, mate? It just, you should not be going through the fuck.
Did I actually export this, or did I just select it and then not export? Yeah, I didn't export.
Oh, it's because I didn't live code.
Ah, I messed up the mat IDs. Just get it done.
Okay. That step up is just the devil at work. That one is just, it just goes through because there's no collision.
Oh no, not skeleton, stag.
That's the one issue. It's like if you step up on a ledge, it needs to be semi. It's got to be semi, like deterministic. Otherwise, bit of a problem, no? That's what I mean, right there. Then it's a bit like, what the fuck? That is just, I just don't like, yeah. You know what? As much as I hate the collision stuff, it's just worse than colliding. That is worse than colliding. Why? How is this how could it be so wrong? It still looks a bit janky. Holy mother of pearl. Okay, so what is that a function? Position of the active montage. And then we'll say return. Yes, and initial keyboard. What the?
Right, what do you think of this D-pad shape? I think the corners at the top need to bevel more, need to round more, but
Yeah, the sideways ones. And then the top one is slightly like the top section is aligned slightly left off.
yeah, what the decal?
No, the actual buttons, the top and bottom one, are not like it's not all central.
What, on the controller?
Like on the actual D-pad itself, the top, the two. I don't know if you can tell. Like
Like
it's
in
not
real life or in mine, you mean?
in no in this. Where's my
should be.
view?
It might just be
It
that
looks like
camera.
it looks like it's too far. The top two are too far left. Like, and not. They just need to come over like slightly.
Well, also they need to be closer together. They're like way too far apart.
Oh, okay.
I don't mean the arrow. I mean the whole button as well.
No, but the arrow was in the wrong place.
Oh yeah.
But why on the screen it looks like it's just a perfect square?
Oh,
Just
these corners aren't beveled enough, I don't think. But
Do you
they
see what I
are,
mean, though?
but it's not enough.
Mm.
But I'm certain I'm not going crazy. Like the top two are like slid more towards the left D-pad button than the right one.
The
Like in
top
Blender, you
two-
can see it.
Yeah, I think Gans is eyeballing everything, so it's off. Yeah.
Oh
like,
no, these should all.
Like
These should be from
were-
the center of each other.
But so if you look, if you rotate it back up to like a front top down, do you see something looks off there?
Is it just because this one's rotated out?
But if you go like, can you go
You
like
see
top
this-
view or like
This is-
whatever orthogonal view you
This is
get
top
this,
view.
and then, huh?
This is top view.
No, that is perspective view.
Oh, I don't know what the key binding is.
No, just click on the menu.
I don't actually know. Do you know what? I'm so used to using the key bindings. I don't know where the menu is.
No, you were there like 2 seconds ago. There. When it says perspective.
What?
Like, look at the, like, you know where it says viewport, right? It's got 3 lines, perspective lit. In the window of the iPad, of the on the gamepad.
Oh, you.
What?
Because I was watching the stream in the viewport guns. Yeah, there.
Yeah.
Oh, I was in, I wasn't even in Unreal. I was in Blender.
Looking in Blender as well. I was.
I'm not sharing. Sorry, I thought I was sharing my screen on Discord. I'm sharing Unreal on Discord. We were looking at completely different things. I was looking at this screen.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at too, because I was looking at stream, but then in this, yeah, it from.
What have you got there? It's like a keyboard.
Got a keyboard.
You got lots of. Ah, no,
White.
this is the text. Right,
White.
okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is off. I'm not.
They're not.
It is, yeah. It's too far left.
What? Right. Which ones are too far left?
The top and the bottom one are too far left.
Anyway, guys, you
Am I
need to
homeless?
bring them. You need to bring them together.
Yeah.
Like they are almost. I wouldn't say almost touching, but yeah. Like the space between the arrows, okay, is basically like half of what you got there. Yeah.
Oh, it might be because the far left one is rotated,
Yeah.
so that then the bottom, the closest point, is actually the bottom of the thing. So it gives it like an additional like 5. Like if you because it makes it look like it's closer, when it actually in fact isn't. Well, it is closer, but because the bottom is closer to the top, but then the actual positioning may be correct, but the rotation of it adds that extra.
But I understand why you're
Why
not
is it
using
rotated, actually?
numbers.
Sorry.
I don't understand why you're not using numbers.
No, I'm trying to. I was going to cancel out the rotation on this to make it level.
Yeah,
but
surely
because I've done it in edit mode,
rotation
it's
is-
not stored. So I'm trying to think of a good way to do it.
But like, if you select all of those, right, and like that location there, right, he has got some pretty random numbers, and it's like, why they're not like, I don't know, like why you don't work with axis, right? Say, right, okay, this object here, x is, whatever number it is, and then you copy exactly the same x on the other one, right?
Wait, what?
The way you move those objects there, right? It's just sort of like eyeballed it, right?
What, when I move
It's
them
still
closer?
doing that. Why you're not using numbers?
Wait, what, when I move them closer together?
Well, yeah, I mean,
I did
So-
use numbers when I moved them closer together. What?
Really?
Going to there? Yeah, I did use numbers. They all moved closer by 0.05.
so what happened to the left button?
I've deleted it. Nope. Nope.
So if you select the, for example, the top button, right?
Mhm.
What is the transform on the X? Minus 1, 2.
0.2834. Same as the one below it, minus 1.2834.
And the same on the left and right, right?
Yeah, but on the Y.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that one now is way too close, okay? You just need to move it approximately. It's about, can you move it 20% out? With numbers.
I also think the buttons between the two, right, shouldn't be or it shouldn't get bigger. The distance between any two edges needs to be constant. So if you see like
Yeah.
top and the right button, as you go down the side, the gap wide is like a V, right? That just needs to be parallel.
Yeah, so basically on the real one, the edges of, let's say, the squarey part of the button, they are going in, and the arrows they stay parallel to each other. So like that,
It
you
looks like a
go,
very strict X, right? It's got to look
yeah,
like a very like an
yeah.
X with like a little bigger center part.
Yeah, no,
So there,
I know what you're saying. I can see it.
can you see it?
I can see it on the reference image.
Yeah. You know what? The button that you got before, they were exactly like a PlayStation 4 controller. So you just missed one version of them. The PlayStation 4 controllers, they were exactly like you did it, but not the PS4.
the normals are the same, and so if the normals are the same, if we've not taken off, if the distance is less than that, and if the normals are the same, we can update it.
Ooh.
Cool. Okay, that's okay. Then I'm taking out. A lot of the climb specific logic out of that trace manager. That which means the ledge trace can just do its thing. It doesn't actually ever stop.
Don't
Right.
stop me now. I'm
Doesn't,
doing the traces.
it'll never stop, but it will not update the climb point. Hope it works. Let's see here. Then need to play. See what shit. Fix accordingly. Well, one of the running jumps has no root motion on it. 7264. Why is that so fourth? No, that's just completely off. What? Wait, what? Okay. I've lost something. So if you make that minus 0.1 with that line.
Really?
No, so I'm just trying to noise. Yeah.
You talking to me?
Yeah. Sorry, I was looking at if you made that minus 0.01.
Yeah, I was trying to work out what the relationship is there between that number.
Yeah.
These numbers. I wasn't expecting them to be different numbers. Hmm. Fair enough.
Yeah, so that X is better. That's like, it just needs the bevels and a bit more, like a tiny bit in between.
Yeah. That's why I was setting up as an array, so I can just affect the one. Affect all.
Yeah, the edges are not a straight cube. They're like
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Take my soul, God take my soul.
Why is it doing that?
God take my soul.
What the actual fuck?
Take my soul. God take my soul. God take
What
my
the
soul.
hell is going on?
oh yeah, against also they're yeah, that's correct. They're bevel like they go like a concave stuff. I mean, that is pretty accurate. They go down and then up again, like that.
There you go. What do you mean?
I think that was an optical illusion. Like,
Yeah, this is fucked as it is right now.
yeah. Okay, so the top surface is not flat. Is like the
It
from
drop
the
in.
top
Oh, it
of
dips
the
in.
arrow. Sorry.
It dips in, sort of like where your thumb would go. Does it like follow the curve of your thumb as like a dip in?
Yeah, exactly. It's just a concave in, but
Yeah.
the two extremities there are the same height. It's just that there is a concavity in. A very slight one, but yeah, there is one. Yeah.
You can't take my soul. 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 God, it's so hard to get like a good angled reference image. All the reference images are like completely square on, and it makes it impossible to see things like that.
Why? What? That's just completely wrong. 19241 mirrored. Let's need to have a look at that because what the fuck's going on there? Not even going to the point I wanted to go to. Galen askew. Why the hell is it not going to that point? Extremely wrong. It's just not going to it. What has changed? It's not even doing the skew warp anymore. It's just all completely wrong. Like, so much of it is wrong. That's wrong too. It's just what is going on? I don't even know what's happened. Now it's snapping down. Two 6 3 6 5 mirrored.
Is it like that, Dado?
The actual bit the bit of the it goes all the way in. It's not like a dome. It's like how do you put it? It's like the top, the edges, the outer bit, right? So the not the pointy bit is up higher, and then the pointy bits they're all down lower at a certain point, so that it looks like a dome in, but it doesn't rise back up at the pointy bits.
Right. Okay.
So the pointy bits stay
Yeah,
down.
you're right. Yeah, no, I thought they had the same, but yeah, no, they go down. In fact, yeah.
Yeah, they all go down.
Yeah, a lot less. No, a bit more gradual, right? They go down pretty linearly.
Picture, hold on. I'll take a picture of it.
Yeah. I'm gonna take a picture.
Yeah, because if you can, try and get me some angled photos. Because like all the Google images, the angled ones are shit. You can't see anything, and all the good photos are completely square on. So,
Okay, I'll have one now.
especially with like that glass cover over it, it makes it really hard to get any sort of depth perception with it.
Yeah.
I mean, like, this whole controller model is fucked, by the way. Like, the mesh is not good. It's good enough that it's passable for, like, widgets and stuff, but it's not a good mesh.
Let me send it to you now.
It's not easy to take.
You know what? I thought it was going to be, like, super simple. It's a fucking complicated shape.
Yeah.
So
I
what's
did.
like, is it less work just to put an image?
Yeah, but commit. And you got to admit, it's a cool system. When it works, it's a cool system.
100%, 100%.
But it only needs to be like, it just needs to get us to a point. And then once we're with Sony, we can just get an actual model from them. Or we could request an actual model from them.
Yeah, I've sent you. Should be a hand model.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
Oh, wrong. It's like whatever that point is plus an extra amount. It's just terribly, terribly, terribly wrong.
Ah, so the solid. Okay.
Why is it doing this?
Right.
Dada, did you change anything around with the animation stuff? Because especially with the mirrored animations, because they're just extremely wrong. Like,
Mirror animation.
no
are
mirrored
wrong.
animation is doing it correctly anymore. Like all to be fair, like all my animations is just wrong now.
Yeah,
Like,
no, I
none of-
noticed that. I thought you changed something, but
No, like none of my warps, the skew warp isn't doing anything anymore.
isn't doing anything.
It's all just completely wrong. It's just playing the animation as it would. It's not actually doing.
No, that one I didn't do it. But let me Can you share your screen?
Okay.
And
Like it's not even like part. It's just like fully broken.
yeah, no, I
Sure.
noticed that at some point, like, yeah, the thing wasn't really working. Yeah, but you know, but if you share your screen, I'm gonna.
I'm sharing it now. Yeah, you should be able to see it.
Yeah, because I wanted to check on that because there were like some extremely sus behavior.
Yeah, I mean that's completely broken. Like it's just I
Yeah,
didn't know
it's yeah.
how. So if you see my screen, right? Yeah.
I know. Oh, sorry. No, I'm in the wrong chat. There we go. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm seeing the screen now. Yeah.
Okay, so here, like first of all, it doesn't even go to the like what like it's just, and then it's missing the point completely. Bear in mind, I'm using a skew warp. Here,
Yeah.
what? It's not even going to the skew. The skew point, it's just not even going there. Like it's not even. I'm almost certain it's not doing the skew warp. I think it's just playing the animation. Like it's not skewing. It's just playing the animation.
I mean, let me try. Let me try this thing.
And with that as well, that's another thing. Like surfaces that go into each other, the the ledge height is taking the actual whole of the. It's picking up the ledge at the bottom of the thing because I think there might be an error we have with our ledge height root trace. We need to check out. But yeah, yeah. So
Let me load that level and check.
just
And check on mine.
because I've moved all the sync point stuff, so the sync point doesn't actually update it kind of crazy anymore. I mean, there it picked up the bottom of the wall, and that, like it should, yeah, it stays there. Updates. Like,
What is that? What is the level?
This is in developers, David. Yeah.
Is the climb up testing?
I don't think it's I don't think it's doing a skew warp anymore. And I have a feeling it's those inertialization nodes. I'm gonna kill them. See what happens. They're not even plugged in. What? That's even weirder. That is even weirder.
Oh yeah, but you need to change it in code if you don't want to do it, right?
No, I don't. Yeah, I changed it so I don't do it. I've gone back to how it is
Okay.
before, but now it's just completely.
Right. If you look at, let me share my screen. If you look at mine, I think it's, I don't know, like, I have a different behavior, but it's not the same as yours. It's, yeah, let me share my screen. The thing is questionable, the animation that he chooses, but I think it's okay. Like, functionality wise. If you go there, right? He has got some really weird,
So why does mine not even do?
see that it just goes like weird, very, very weird.
And then so like there, the capsule is small, which is just wrong. Like so it's gonna obviously go into the wall. I don't get
Yeah.
that problem much anymore. Oh yeah, I've made a lot of changes to collisions and stuff, so yeah, stuff like that should now work. But so yeah, so with this,
Like it goes like,
are you using visualization?
yeah.
Yeah,
But when that's back to back, it's
yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. It doesn't work. Like you cannot have inertialization between like back to back inertialization with climbs just looks completely wrong in every aspect of everything.
are you sure? I think there are other causes because like when it does like one like that, right? Like if you only look at the pose, initialization work perfectly.
Yeah, but
It's just
it's not
that
the
the
poses
capture is off,
it's the
right?
the inertialization causes the root motion to do some janky stuff. Because
But there's no
I've generally playing with
junkiness
it,
in the
but
pose, right?
what I'm saying is I literally switched it, changed it, and that stopped happening. Like it would literally slide all the way through, and then do the next thing. And
Oh yeah,
when I
but
switched it off, it wouldn't do that. Like
yes,
when I put
but
it back to doing the
yes, but I think that is because we got the math wrong because we got the math to work on the standard blend, and it's not the same when you initialize. Because when you initialize
even with
it,
all that, even if the math of what animation I pick is different, because this is doing a skew warp from takeoff, so there's no root motion impact before takeoff. So, but this thing slides like crazy before takeoff. Because math aside, I don't get why like that that is like, what is happening there. It's like
yeah,
it's got like two complete. It's like adding the two motions together, and then just the character is just flying forward. I don't even know what's happening there. It's like just, but with standard, like if you, oh, so this animation here, the reason why it picks these ones, right? It's actually not wrong. The reason why it picks that is because it detects the ledge height as much higher than it is. It basically thinks the ledge height is the height of that ledge all the way to the ground below. So when it picks one of those ones, it's because it thinks it's like below. Let me, how did you calculate the ledge height again? Let me have a look here.
but only sometimes.
The ledge look, yeah, it's only sometimes, but it's that ground level on the ground parameters isn't always. And where do you calculate this?
So what? You remember, like a couple of days ago, we had that pretty amazing, like big step, and then like goes up, and then.
Yeah. No, 100%.
So what changed between there and now?
Well, well, for a couple things. First, like inertialization, the adding of that, like there's something about it that it just doesn't look right. Like I don't know what it is. It doesn't look right. It's not picking the big step animations. I mean, I've made some changes now with collisions and stuff.
Yeah.
So you were previous before. The capsule shrinking during the climb is a real problem. Like it's not doing it on my version now. I don't know why it's reintroduced, but it's only doing it in that gap there.
That is where it detects the fall.
Well, see, so because of that, right? Because it's shrinking there. There's something going on with that in that area there where it detects the fall and also detects a ledge, the floor as the one below. That's why it detects a fall. I think, is there like a floating point error when you detect the ground level? So that if the trace doesn't start just slightly above the root or something.
Okay, let me not get the let me if we don't change the capsule, right? Size, right?
So where do you actually set the ground level?
It's in the trace manager, right? There are if you look at the tick function, like that is a very, very delicate thing because it just takes. I want to change that, right? But it takes like update falling. Yeah, no, like if you go into the tick function,
is it falling line trace?
Yeah, but it's called like for each feet, okay, and twice for each feet.
And it's done on each foot, right?
Yeah, and then like it like accumulates the things, right?
And then you do a vertical trace down. Yeah, so I think what's going to happen as well is that if you do a trace for each foot, right, down, if the foot is on the ground, because I had issues when I do a trace from the root. Although the root is on the ground, if I trace down, sometimes it starts to trace just below the surface. So
No. No, I account for that, and I move it 35 centimeters up and like 10,000 meters down.
Oh, okay. Okay.
No, it doesn't like. Can you go into the falling manager? Actually, if I go like, okay, let me go. Right, let me check something. Right, I don't change the capsule, right? Okay, because I don't think the initialization is the cause of. I think our math is.
But like, what I don't get, right, our math for at what point though? Like, because how can it, if any point that we use our math is only during the skews and the scales, but it's acting weird before that? That's what I'm confused about. Like,
yeah.
Because if it was, we'd know the point at which it would start to act weird, right? But the point at which it acts weird is nowhere, like it hasn't even taken off the ground yet, like, so it can't even. So like the picking of that animation, I know why it picks it because of the ground trace, right? There's something wrong with that. So that's the first thing. The blend between the two, it has nothing to do with what animation you pick, because regardless, it's just wrong. Like, you can pick a perfect one and it's still going to have a weird slide and the capsule's still going to shrink, and just a lot of wrong things are going to
happen. Who shrinks now I'm not See there, right? I'm not shrinking the capsule on the 4. So who else shrinks the capsule then?
But it must like I don't even know where the capsule changes. Where like I don't shrink the capsule anywhere. That's like I completely got rid of that.
Hmm.
Let me.
Okay, then is in the locomotion manager. Is it? Oh, yeah, is it? Okay. Right. The locomotion motion manager line 164. Just coming up that. So now we're not shrinking the capsule anymore. Well, yeah, you should never. Okay, so I
So
think
yeah, so it
now,
doesn't.
right? The thing to understand is
What is this slide?
so the slide, right?
Yeah,
So I always seen that slide when I looked at your
not like that though.
screen.
Like
Exactly.
this
Now
is
is
crazy.
a
Yeah.
lot more, right?
But
Like
the
this
thing
is
that's changed, because if you go to the actual, say the blending and you change it to standard, you won't have a
yeah.
slide like that anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, something like that. Oops. Wait. Okay, so and then uh, um,
You might have a bit more of a weird like stuttery out blend, whatever it
yeah,
is, but you wouldn't have the because the thing is like before it was like okay, it was annoying with the little stuttery out blend, but it was only really with the slow animations where he didn't really take a good first step after, and it was like every so often.
oh no, like that stutter, it's like massive when you blend between falling and you know when now
Oh,
you can fall and
that one I know that we have to address that itself, but like in terms of climb to climb, so like here,
yeah.
you see it's just gone. It's no longer like a crazy slide.
Yeah.
So there's something about the inertialization that is.
But it's okay, so I think
Like
what's
there's still a
happening is
slide because of the blend, right? But there's the I don't see how changing from like if our math is wrong, right?
yeah.
Like the slide would happen when we use the math. Like I don't, like I'm not because the math is like obviously we haven't finished it, right? So there's gonna be problems there. But regardless of that, like that's just perfect.
Yeah.
I mean, the animation's a bit sus, but yeah, that just looked just fine. See, and you're going to a ledge point. So what the hell did I change to stop it from? Yeah, and like see, like stuff like this is like that's fine. That looks good. Why is that annoying little thing? So yeah, so what is it about the inertialization that causes that? Because it's something it does between the two motions and it
Yeah.
takes into account both.
Yeah.
That is
So
it's just weird. That's why I just never used it because it just always the behavior was just so weird.
Yeah, because so I think, right, initialization, if so if you want to use initialization and like look at the jump, for example, a normal jump, right? We use initialization, right? And it's like, oh, so it does that thing, right? But see, there it's like
But the thing is, I feel like it breaks the pose more though. Like it looks because like
yes,
when it looks
it
right,
does, yeah.
and when it does all right, it looks really good. But then when it gets it wrong, it's just horrible, and it gets it
Yes.
wrong fairly often. That's the thing.
So when it does it wrong, is because the blending time is like high. When the blend time is high, because it only calculates one animation, right? And it takes basically the velocity of each bone and say, right, okay, carry them, right? If you're doing for like, you know, half a second, is, you know, and you have a very fast movement, is not gonna know that you know, in that half a second you maybe take another step. It would just, you know, it would
So
just
I guess
not
you
know.
have to add a max onto that, right?
Yeah, so like if you see here, like if you trigger the thing when it's like when it's close, like it's basically perfect, right? Because you say, right, okay, I'm just gonna keep going, right? If you trigger when it's far, I'm just trying to trigger far, but there is like one, yeah, there is
for a
just
bit.
break a
Yeah,
little bit,
it's a bit
right?
sus.
So, but I don't know how to like, yeah, it's. See, the problem is that without initialization, the falling does not work because um, because you cannot blend those. You cannot blend the jump and the falling. Uh, so because of that, if you blend the falling, which is inertialized, with the climb up, which is not inertialized, it would just break it. Unless the climb up is done after the falling.
Let me have a look
Okay, let me try something.
because I feel like there's something sus about going from the fall to the climb, regardless, because there's a like there's something like in there that because I feel like where the other stuff is better is that each one comes from locomotion. So the
Yeah.
the climb comes from locomotion. The jump comes from so jump to climb and climb to climb works because theoretically you go climb to locomotion to climb again just very quickly. But you never go climb, blend straight into another climb. In like you'll climb, blend back into locomotion. You can find another climb, blend back into the next climb, and that like sequential like you go to, locomotion is almost like the middleman in there, allows it for it to be like standard to staying to standard, and it just like it goes nicely through. There's something I worry about going from fall to straight to climb that without actually going to locomotion first, that might be problematic. Because you shouldn't climb whilst you're falling, in theory. Like
No, I think
you
it's
have
not. No, it's not that is. I think it's because the
Okay, so there's something I do that's sus about the sync point updating. Okay, I fixed the issue I was having before. Okay, I fixed the issue where nothing was working. Okay, thank God. There was something okay. There was something wrong with my function. Simply put.
But I think like the thing there is I think it should be falling and then another advanced locomotion slot. Is it like it looks like we need to ping pong them, but then like I tried a few times in the past, it never worked nicely.
Because like now, if you see my screen, sorry.
Yeah, see.
I mean, that just looks wrong, but okay. It's just the sequential stuff is just. I mean the wall pops. I might actually have to remove them. I know they're really nice. I need to address how I'm gonna do them better. They might have to be like, don't do them if you're too close or some shit. There's something about them. And like obviously like mine is IK, but like with the climb to climb, I know like occasionally there's like the foot like does a little, it chops the feet a little bit, but like in general, it's like that, right? It's just so clean. And the back to back on that feels really nice. Like there, it was just like you don't even. It just looked like it was meant to. Like you, it felt as though you went from. I mean, fucking. Yeah, so if you saw there, you see how it picked up a scale of 1.43 on that run up that looked way too high, right? If I do it on this wall now, I also get 1.43. So which is telling me it thinks it's climbing a wall that high. So there's something about the ground level that is probably off.
But you see
so
there,
like, yeah,
like,
so like yeah, but like so right now, right, for me though, like that as an issue is like I'd rather try and figure out what's causing that than because the inertialization one is just absolutely nuts. Like I don't even know where to begin with that one. Whereas that things, I think, because it doesn't happen every time, so there must be something that's like, what's causing that, where it chops the feet, and is it like, do we need more blend, less blend? What is the scenario where that happens? Because when it gets it right, which it does, like more times than not, that's the thing. Like most of these times, it does it really well. I mean, let me do like a back to like it's every like 1 in 5 or 1 in 10. It does like that. It blended really nicely. So there must be a reason why it's not blending nicely. Is it the pose maybe is bad or whatever it is? But that looks like night and day compared to the inertialization.
There's something then.
Yeah, and then so I moved that has taken off and climbed out of the ledge trace, which is actually a bit better now. Actually, so the ledge there keeps. I just have this, but I'm gonna move this into a. So what was up with that function? So weird.
So, so the problem with taking initialization off is that we cannot do falling to climbing, which completely breaks the thing, right?
Yeah. Need to address something. But I'm wondering, could we do falling to locomotion to climb? Would that look okay?
No, we
Because
will have
my
the same
thing,
problem, right?
but my thing is that I think the issue that we have anyway is that we can't blend out to climb from many. Like there's a bunch of falls that we can't actually climb from. That they like we can't climb from any of the rolls when we actually want to blend out, because like, and then for some of them, like you're bent over. Like it's like I don't think we have enough falls where you just fall normally. Like it's not a roll or you scatter on the floor. Like I still think we have the issue of like the fallings are too like consequential.
Yeah. Yes, but even with the correct fall, it will not like you cannot blend. Like I don't think you can blend initialization with standard blend. So like we're going falling, which is initialized, into climb.
Is
not
the climb? Is there, when you have inertialization, is there inertialization node between the climb slot and the locomotion slot or something? When you have the slide. I mean, I can test that
No,
myself.
but I can put it there, but I don't think it's gonna make a difference. But let's try.
Actually, give me 2 seconds. I'm doing it here now. I'll throw up on my. I've made some changes as well, so let me actually.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna try. Right? No, I think
Even the blenders is wrong too.
but there must be another explanation, because if we just do climb to locomotion, it works perfectly. So we must do something wrong with blending to animation slots. Because like this is fully initialized, right? And going to and from locomotion is perfect, right? But when he makes tragic mistakes, is that because he's playing the same node, and when you blend, you always blend between two motions, right? So even if it's the same node, it will just blend between those two motions and will be fine. With initialization, it runs exactly the same slot, but it only takes into account the second, so it will screw up, right? Because I cannot fold, like, if you look here...
Yeah, no, I'm playing with it now. The blend
initialization is just spotless. If it's like, if it doesn't play another initialization, right? No, actually, that's BS, because the locomotion is all initialized. All the motion matching is 100% initialized.
Yeah, no,
So,
I'm not complaining. It's like the climb, the locomotion into climb with inertialization. I mean, if it like, it looks alright. Like, it looks really good. Like, I mean, it's only very rarely that you get a bug with it, problem with the
yeah,
blend or
good.
something. And like you said, you don't get any weird like foot slide after coming out. It is pretty good. Like that, I'm not. Although I think it's weird pause. But then yeah, like while it's still blending out, there's something just completely wrong. Even there, it's just like there's something. And in the blend in, sometimes it just like freezes. Like it just stops. Yeah, can you see my screen?
Yeah.
If you look at my screen, it just like sometimes it just completely stops. If I show you here. Do you see it just like breaks the motion out of nowhere? Like it just breaks all. Yeah, there's something weird. I don't even know what it is. Just like yeah, it's like why are you stopping moving at that point in time? And it could like part of it could be skew and whatnot, but we said because the math and that's what like the distance to take off and all that stuff is wrong and blah blah blah. But like there feels like I don't know if it comes across when you look at it, but it feels like there's like a pause in time.
I thought that was
maybe I didn't
because
connect the nodes up.
the animation was slow.
Maybe I need to connect the inertialization node in. Like
No, yeah, I did that, but it doesn't really change. But
I'm thinking because like there's something when I'm playing it just feels just off compared to standard. Oh, it could be because actually I think I know why that might be. I don't ever update the. No, I do. I do update the sync point. Something very wrong with this kind of update sync point. It never goes into. Oh, it's because it never sets a sync point. Okay. Sorry, I know what was breaking my thing before. It never actually does it the first time. Oh, I'm so freaking stupid. I know exactly why it wasn't working. Sorry, the reason why everything broke wasn't because of you, Dodo. Sorry. It's because I never set the initial climb.
But we still got the sliding thing, right?
Yeah, no, sorry, yeah, but like I've moved everything to
Uh, yeah, that really pissed me off. That it
yeah.
looks like
I know what you mean.
initialization is always like is a constant threat to our existence.
That's what I'm saying. It's like it doesn't behave like predictably enough where it's like, okay, yeah, we can not have it and it be okay. There's something with it that's just I can't pinpoint what it is. That's the other thing. Like, because like for me now, when I'm on standard, at least when I do my climbing, obviously I know we need to link them all together. But when I'm climbing, it's just nice. Like it just feels 10,000 times better. And if I If I make everything standard real quick, I'm curious.
So what? Oh yeah, you see there.
Oh, that wall pop, that freaking wall pop, man. Oh, you know, I actually know what's wrong with that. It's because I need a scale on the. It's like a step up. That wall pop. I'm gonna actually. What I'm actually gonna do with that thing, with that mother trucker, is I'm gonna change that to a step up. I know it sounds really counterintuitive, but
You see, like when you are jumping off, right? It's got there.
yeah, it's because I've got standard, right?
Yeah. So our problem is that those two systems cannot coexist, and only initialization will actually work. But it has huge issues.
Step up is evil. So let me just yeah, I got rid of all my climb specific stuff out of the trace manager, by the way. It's just a lot. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
This ledge height
It's
is
a little cleaner.
Can
So
we store the root position?
well, maybe let's fix that 1.4 scale. So what do you think the scale issue is for the ground offset? You say?
Yeah, so if I do the ground level changes to some, I don't even know what value at some point. If I do this, let me see will it do it again. Yeah, it won't. I didn't think it would, to be honest. Yeah, it doesn't do it anymore. Yeah, because I take the root position rather than the wall pops. Jesus.
Oh, that was your change.
Yeah. Oh, I know. No. I just changed it now. It was using the ground level before. I just changed it now, so it uses the root position Z.
Okay.
And that fixed it now. Because obviously it doesn't use the, because there's something about that trace obviously that's impacted elsewhere that does something weird to it.
Is this using standard blend?
Yeah, this is standard blend. Like a lot of the time, like with the standard blend, right? Like the climb to climb. What in the hell? What was that?
Yeah, that is my worry about the ski warp. That it will never be it will never be correct at any angle unless it's a straight angle, right?
Yeah, there's something, but those that 5109 is, you can't use a skew warp with it. Like and we can't, quite frankly, use. It's very tricky because I only want with a 5109. I only ever won one warp. It's a vault. Like, I'll be honest with you, it's a vault. It's not a climb, and that's the one. That's what I've realized. Because a climb, I use a ledge point as my source that I need to reach, and it's just not. It's not. It's just not a vault. It's not a climb because the more and more I change systems around, the less and less I see it fitting. The more I'm like, it just doesn't belong. No, there's something that doesn't happen. That problem there. 2.6. Let me debug what I've changed there because that slide across. I don't actually know why it's doing that. Why is it? It wasn't doing that before. What is causing that?
But you see, like that there, right? I don't know what is better, if to bail or like that animation there. It's apart from
ignore the slide across because that wasn't actually doing it before. It's something I've changed.
No, but even I'm not talking about the slide across. I'm talking about the animation
anyway,
completely breaks down.
I'm gonna head off now
because when you hit the wall,
I'm up and up about 2 hours.
Yeah, because it goes backwards.
So thank you for joining us.
All right, it doesn't go back. It just doesn't go forward. It plays.